Is realer from here. But today, I want to give a shout out to all my fellow Pisces out there. Gang, gang. You already know we in the build done. Also, I want to give a shout out to all my 2-2s and my 3-3s and my 2-2-2s and my 3-3-3s and my 7-7-7s. And shout out to any other angelical numerical numbers that I may have forgot to mention. Also want to thank everybody for coming out to support the channel. Thank you. And those of you that are new, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click that bell notification and be notified of my upcoming videos and content. And we're going to jump right in. Okay, so today, as crazy as it sounds, I feel like it's crazy being a Pisces, bro. Don't even lie, fam. Like, being a Pisces is not easy work. You know, even when you a Pisces yourself, you really know, like, there's definitely a Da Vinci code to this, bro. Because when it's so crazy being a Pisces, because, like, bro, you got all this compassion, you patient, you kind, like I said, you empathize, you really like to see people win, you really want people to win. What's going on? Bombards, hope I'm saying the name right. You want to see people win. You want to see people make it. If you get in a relationship, you're romantic. But then, like, bro, every single thing of what y'all mentioned, bro, crazy thing is nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares. To the point where, bro, it's like everything that you do, bro, people take you as a joke. It's almost like as if people try to make you second guess yourself, like as if what you're doing is not you or what you're doing is not the right thing to do, bro. So everything can backfire, and you really got a good heart. You really, you really could be a good person, but then boom, bro. It's just like, it just sucks, bro, to the point where you be like, damn, bro. Like, for instance, let's say it's okay for other people to joke, but then when you joke, it's a problem. It's a problem. You ain't said nothing disrespectful. You ain't said nothing disrespectful, but the same energy, the person that, for instance, if it's 2 or 3 people joking, damn, as soon as you joke, everybody frowning and everybody feels some type of way like they want to fight, bro. Like, come on, man, damn. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing, bro. We can't do nothing. It's like every time this shit happens, bro, it's like, for instance, you could be in a situation, for instance, people say Pisces is a gift, bro. Oh, you a Pisces. Oh, you magical. Oh, yeah, you know. And that's the thing, bro. You be knowing shit finna happen, bro. And then it happened, and then you get blamed for the shit, bro. Like, as if you knew something and you told somebody, yo, I think this gonna happen. We always be knowing shit, bro. And then when we tell people, they don't want to hear it, bro. They treat us like we don't know shit. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You can literally just tell somebody, yo, it's gonna snow tomorrow, and it's the middle of summer. And then all of a sudden, somebody like, hell no, it's summertime, bro. You tripping. Then tomorrow it end up snowing, bro. Even if it just snowed for an hour, it still snow, bro. It's just that little stuff where folks just constantly just be like treating you wrong, bro. That's what I'm talking about tonight. They treat you wrong. You be knowing shit, boom. It's almost like you look out for somebody and the shit backfire, bro. It's almost people take it the wrong way. Now, I don't know who that is. Who is that? Fissions is life. Okay, what's the question, Romeo? He said, cause that's the way it is, bro. I get it, but it's to the point where I feel like a lot of people don't know that it's crazy being a Pisces, bro. It's not like it's a super easy way for you to, feel good or feel like, oh, like you're exempt from certain things, bro. Because yeah, you got a lot of good qualities. I'm a Pisces myself. I know this very well. But what I'm here to tell you guys is that a lot of times nobody talks about the other side, bro. So it's like you become the problem. See, if you try to be righteous or you try to do the right thing, bro, you always don't get the credit, bro. You could be good at something, have a gift, and guess what? You still the problem. It's gonna end up being your fault. Somebody gonna try to blame you and say, oh yeah, you did this, you said this, or oh, you know, you could be real good at something, and next thing you know, you don't get the credit. Okay. It's like as a Pisces, you be noticing patterns, you be noticing emotions, you be noticing when people lying, you be noticing when people telling the truth, you be noticing when things change, you be noticing all kinds of different subtle things around you. But here's the thing, you still feel misunderstood, bro. Having known all that, having looked out for folks, you can listen to somebody talk for an hour and understand where they coming from, but let it be the other way around. You try to share something about you, oh, now a person want to say you getting emotional, you sensitive, you this and that. Like, it's crazy, bro. It's just crazy. It almost feels like it almost feels like you gotta hide. You gotta really hide your gifts, bro. It's like you can't even tell nobody, like you can't really show a person really how much you really know or how much you really, you know, are tuned to or with, to the point where it feels exhausting just to have the intuition, bro. It's like you let's say you meet a bunch of new people. You go out to the bar, you introduce yourself, and then all of a sudden you start to notice shit, bro. You notice what's not being said, fam. And the thing is, you start to treat the people of what you see, bro. See, it's like, oh, if you see somebody being fake, you don't even want to talk to them about nothing real, or you just don't want to be there. But all of a sudden, oh, what he heading out for? He don't like us? When it's the other way around, bro. But you don't get the credit. You don't get the credit for leaving early. You get blamed for the shit, bro. But if somebody else do it, oh, Johnny left for the night. Yeah, he works. Yeah, he works, 12, he works a lot. Like he gets a pass, bro. But if Pisces leave early or do something different, oh yeah, he's on bullshit. Yeah, the motherfucker is this and this. And it's like you get a bad rap for every fucking thing, bro. Shit's gotta stop, bro. And here's the thing. Let's say you in tune to something that's about to happen. Everybody think you overthinking the shit, bro. That's a known thing. Everybody think you overthinking until the truth comes out. You don't see how it's the craziest thing is the accuracy is there. It really happened like the Pisces said it will happen. Problem is, the people the Pisces told it to, they don't want to accept it from you, Pisces. They don't want to say you was right. Oh yeah, you was right, man. Nope. They try to act like they figured it out. They try to act like they was the ones to realize that, oh, something different changed or happened. It's like, bro, it's bullshit. See? It's like you could be, yeah, definitely, you could be minding your own business, bro. And then all of a sudden, somebody just steady pushing, bro, steady pushing. Then you crash out. And now you the problem. Like, how the fuck am I the problem when this person been pushing, starting shit with me, and I was quiet and silent, and now I'm the problem? I'm the problem. Everybody pointing fingers at me. Oh, it was him. Yeah, he's the aggressor. He's the aggressor. Like, just because, oh, I crashed out. See, after being steady pushed. So that's one thing. Now, you notice when somebody energy change, okay? Before they even say anything. And then all of a sudden, you the problem. Because people get mad at you because you be knowing shit, bro. And they know you know because your energy changed. And the person can feel, oh, you must have saw something. See, you must have saw something, but because you didn't tell nobody, it's almost you moved accordingly. Now a person is realizing, oh, you acting funny. You get blamed, bro. You get blamed. You acting funny. You acting funny. How am I acting funny when I realize the energy change within you? But now you trying to throw it on me and make it seem like I'm the one with that energy. See? Yeah, I mean, yeah, facts. Day one, sharing the gods, no matter our past struggle, God demonstrated love for us, and while we still, yeah, definitely. But it's like, what's that, Romans 10:8? But the thing is, when William said I'm 12 years old today, my birthday, happy birthday, William. Doesn't know I took Jack Daniels, I'm going to drink. Yeah, say, let me see, Van said we have two signs in life. Yeah, that's the thing though. But I'm not here to complain. I'm just here to rectify the situation, bro. That I know I've noticed this, bro. Every time you in a situation, people do not want to give you credit. See, where credit's due. Now, for instance, let's say somebody coming to the venue or around you simply, they gonna tell you nothing is wrong. You know something wrong, but they like, no, ain't nothing wrong, ain't nothing wrong. But your gut keep on telling you otherwise. As if that's why I be telling people, like, bro, you be knowing something off and you be knowing when somebody lying, bro. You know, even if the lying, I wouldn't say they don't know they're lying. They're lying obviously to cover it up because they don't want you to know the information because that makes them vulnerable. See, but the craziest thing is that that's just the crazy thing about being a Pisces, bro. You just be like, damn, I don't know why I feel like that. I don't know why I feel like something is changing within you. But see, you can't control how I handle that moving forward. You know, this person say, oh, you know, and it's stressful because every time you meet somebody, you so easily lose people as you meet them. You know, like me, I met four people this week, and now we already ain't talking no more that quick. That's like I would believe, I don't know about y'all, maybe in the chat, let me know. But it's like, bro, I don't know if y'all experience the same thing, but like as you meet people, you damn near cutting them off in the same fucking 3 days. Lil Johnny didn't make it. Lil Johnny didn't make it, bro, to the point. It's like, man, what the hell? And it's all because of energy. Or you call somebody out on the energy that you picking up, and then all of a sudden they just run off from you. They get scared, like they done seen a ghost. See? And that's the thing. I always tell people that most of the time you will catch a Pisces in a hoodie, bro. A hoodie, sweatpants, and slides, bro. And that outfit, bro, is the one that's like, bro, I don't even want to talk to nobody, bro. Because as soon as you take that hood off and get comfortable, they gone. Soon as you really relax, they gone. Your intuition be so fucking strong, bro, that as soon as you lock eyes on a person, you see the real them, bro. The mirror. You are the mirror, bro. Every time you look at somebody, they looking at themselves. They like mugging and shit and thinking like, oh, why you looking at me like that? You like, well, shit. Why? What? Like, what am I supposed to do? Be talking to you and looking this way? Hey, Tyrone, what's up, man? You sitting in front of me. But they know you see the true them, bro. That's the problem. See? So it's almost like they're going to take the anger out on you because they know you see them. See? So another thing is that the saddest thing, yet the craziest thing, as I'm not trying to make this whole live emotional, but the saddest thing is that when you meet somebody, you be trying to save them, bro. You be trying to save them from themselves, bro. And then people don't even know that. Why are you still here? Why are you still hanging with this nutcase, bro? Why are you hanging with this weirdo? And it be because you know this person needs to be healed, fam. Damn, you hanging with dude and dude on coke. He do coke and he drink. Shit, this man is you might be hanging with a junkie and everybody like looking at you crazy. Pisces like, why you hanging with dude? And it's because you actually know this person needs some fucking help, bro. And that shit is annoying when people be trying to control you, Pisces. Like, you can't hang with these type of people, bro, or you can't even talk to them. See, now I'm gonna tell you why. Because you give people the benefit of the doubt. You still treat a person like a human being. See, it's like you ain't treating them like a junkie like everybody else is. You treating them like a human being. See, you ain't judging them according to their situation. So when you sitting there merely just talking to them, now the other person think they run a game. Backfire again. No credit, bro. Even when you trying to do the right thing, bro, people still think you doing the wrong thing, bro. Like, damn, I can't talk to nobody. Even if I say, hey man, you need help across the street. Oh man, you know, don't touch me, don't touch me. Okay, motherfucker, they go across the street then. You know, like, all right, bet. No, I ain't gonna look out. I ain't gonna say, see, and that's the type of Pisces that throw the hoodie on, the sweatpants and the slides. Get to a point where now, if I take off this, because the problem is, you see everything, you feel everything. And guess what? If you don't, you gonna end, the intuition gonna still slide it past you in the dream. You gonna catch on to it, bro. You can't run from your own intuition, bro. As scary as it sounds, as exhausting as it sounds, bro, it's always gonna be with you regardless, bro. And it's almost like, damn. The problem is that when a Pisces is chilling with a friend, and then I say a potential friend, and all of a sudden the Pisces really like the person, really think the person is cool, until the intuition says otherwise. Then when the intuition says, no, man, you can't trust this person. They holding something, they hiding something, they doing something. Then here's the funny part. Then you start to be like, oh shit, come on, man, not again. And see, then the Pisces try to give you the benefit of the doubt, as I said, even after you see the patterns of the other person. And the intuition keep telling you, no matter how much you really want to hang out with this person, you simply can't. See, so now as you know this, you start to forgive the person that your gut told you not to trust. Because you be knowing, bro, you be knowing by your intuition that tells you you can't trust this person. No matter how cool on the outside, y'all hanging out, doing fun stuff together, even if it's a female, no matter how much you find her attractive, she is not the one for you. And that's a hard pill to swallow, because you be like, damn, not again? Well, damn, shit, out of the last 20 people I've met, this shit happen again, bro. To the point where you start feeling like, man, come on, bro. Even if I know I'm going to get hurt, well, hell, it's been a while. Let me get something, get something out of this now. But that's the big no-no for you. See? So here, you could literally pick up on people's moods. And why am I saying the moods? That is the most easiest absorption for you, Pisces. Is picking up somebody's freaking mood, bro. And the problem is that people notice, and they get mad at you, because they can tell, oh, you done picking up my fucking mood, because now it ain't nothing to blame you for. You just like me. See, at least it seems that, oh, you got that same mood as I got, so everything flowing. See, now the other person get mad because they look at themselves with their ego as being bigger than life, larger than life, to where, oh, everybody's scared of me and I'm the biggest, dope dealer in town. And here you are super comfortable with me because you done picked up on my mood. It's cold-blooded, bro. And as the mood changes, guess who else changes? The Pisces, bro. See, you gotta understand, Pisces don't get to pick and choose who they merge with, bro. They don't get to pick and choose who they merge with. So they instantly just absorb. As soon as they sit with you for a moment, they're gonna absorb your mood, bro. See? And that's why you end up feeling too comfortable and you end up telling all your fucking secrets and much more, because now it feel like you sitting by your fucking self. But you can't blame the Pisces for knowing shit that you told them. We didn't put a gun up to your head and said, give me all your goddamn secrets. Put your hands up. We didn't do that. We didn't even do none of that. So as you pick up and absorb other people's moods, you replay the conversations looking for meaning. And that's how you trip people. That's how you catch people red-handed lying. That's how you catch people red-handed changing the story. And all of a sudden, guess what's on the way? Not a fucking pizza, a betrayal. See, this is the craziest shit about being a Pisces, bro. You already know who's gonna betray you, bro. Before they even think about it, you already knew they was gonna do the shit. Because once they start off lying, bro, we already know you up to no good. We like, oh shit, he done got the line. Now she got the line. You know ain't nothing good coming out of a person lying, bro. Now the problem is, do you escape or do you confront the person? Okay? Meaning, do you escape or do you set the boundary? Well, there ain't no boundary to set. Not with somebody that already done came off lying to you. The best thing would be to get the hell away from them. Escape. But here's the problem. You may think that, oh, I don't want to run from this person. I ain't scared of them. Then you end up trying to set the boundary with the wrong, I'm telling you do it with the wrong person. You're supposed to set boundaries before the enemies come, before the people start lying to you, not after the fact. Because now that means you just gonna what? Tolerate it. You're gonna tolerate it. This thing didn't start going off until I got on this live, y'all. It's pissing me off. So yeah, that's one thing. So let me see. I mean, Tauruses, I feel like Tauruses is like, they're different. They're fixed earth signs. So it's like Taurus is, you got to be careful with Taurus. See, because Taurus can be prone to jealousy because they like control. They like to control things. Also, they're stubborn. See, they're stubborn because they don't like to do too much. They don't like to change. If they get into a routine, they expect that situation to stay like that. So unless you want to be going along with their program, it's probably not the best match for you if you're not the type to want to be told what to do and when to jump and how many push-ups to do, how many sit-ups to do, because Taurus don't want you telling them, how to move and what to do from here to there. But like I said, they could be loving, they could be the family guy, but even then they still have those ways. They get stuck in their ways to where he could be a loving father to your kids and you, but he might not, aside from work and eating a little bit of dinner, he might not want to do too much, meaning he might not be out going as you would like. You see, if you get with a Gemini, they all for it. See, let's say you're a Cancer and you get with a Gemini. Well, it could work, but that's because with Gemini's flexible. So here, you got to think the Gemini's just like the wind, air element. So they'll go with you. They'll go with you and do things. And, oh, you want to go out to a movie? They'll go out to a movie. Even if y'all didn't plan it. It's like the Gemini would just go. Sagittarius will go. But then when you start dealing with the signs that's more motivated by how they feel first, going back according to the mood, like Pisces will have to think about it first. Where, oh, you want to go to the mood? Depends how I feel. See? So it could go from a situation where the signs that's less feeling and more, about getting up and going, exploring, they might not care about the mood, but that doesn't mean their mood is all good. Because that's the thing what people don't realize is that Gemini could be in a bad mood, but not say they're in a bad mood, and ultimately not look like they're in a bad mood. But then once they get to the movie theater and they don't like something or something pisses them off, you're going to end up seeing that anger come out, and it's going to be like, damn, you were really angry when you said that. And that's because they just don't talk about their mood, if that makes sense. So it's almost like they'll come with you, but it might not be in the way you expect them to behave. They might behave in such a way that's like random, to where you could think the Gemini is happy and they're actually upset. And it's because they noticed something, but they didn't tell you. So it's almost like their temperament and emotions, they keep it to themselves, man. And it's like, you just got to know what you're dealing with as you deal with it. Because with Gemini, it's very tricky, because you can't tell when they upset. You can't tell when they paranoid. You can't tell when they don't give a fuck. You just can't tell. They don't give you no emotion, nothing, no, mannerisms, no body language to go off of. It's cold-blooded. Now, okay, another thing with Pisces is that, as I mentioned, all the moves that you absorb throughout the day from all these different people, right? Work, wherever you are, boom. You start to replay the conversations from these same people throughout the day. Even sometimes when you go to bed, you may look things up on YouTube, Google. You might look up stuff and try to figure out why that person was looking at me like that earlier, because you noticed the pattern, and now you trying to figure it out because the intuition is telling you something is wrong. See, it's telling you something's wrong first, ahead of time. So then you want to be prepared for it. So you got to figure it out. That's why I said Pisces has the gift of knowing things before it even happened, because you do all the groundwork. You dream, you have visions. Next thing you know, it's almost like telekinesis in a way. You start to really, it's almost like you experience the betrayal before it happens, and then you heal from it before it happens. So by the time it catches up, you already moved on, because you already detached from the person. As soon as you felt the indifferences, as soon as you felt the jealousy, you got the hell, mentally, physically, emotionally, you felt like, okay, I'm done with this person. So that's why I be telling, that's the powerful thing about, yes, the craziest thing about being a Pisces is that you can detach and nobody knows that you've already moved on. Your body is just still in the seat, but you are not there, fam. Like, you are not even presently with this person anymore, and they think they just hurted you or betrayed you just because they brought it to you today or right now. You like, I already knew you was gonna do this. I already didn't heal from this shit already. You late. See? And that's the stuff I be talking about. See? So yeah, we definitely try to love everyone. The problem is, we gotta get something out of this, bro. Because Pisces can do everything for everybody else, and guess what? Nobody helps Pisces with nothing. See? Except blame you for stuff. Now here's the thing. When people mistake your kindness for weakness. So if you do something, people could try to turn it around and say, oh yeah, you were being manipulative, that's why you did this. And that's a common one for you to get accused of, is being manipulative. You can ask somebody for a favor, and now somebody telling you they don't trust you, you're being manipulative. Oh, didn't you just have some money the other day? Or what happened to this and what happened to that? It's almost as if, damn. But you could feel like, damn, if somebody was to ask me, I won't even question you in such a way, especially we family, or friends or whatever. I would have just gave it to you, loaned it to you, whatever. I'm not gonna sit up there and ask you what it's for. Either I'm gonna say no or yes. See? So that's one thing. Now, you may stay quiet while watching everything, So that's another thing. And people can feel this. Like, people can feel when they being watched on any circumstance, any dynamic, any situation. You could be in a store. You could be sitting in front of somebody's house. You could be with a group of people and you could feel like somebody's watching. You could be sitting in a car with a group of people and feel like somebody's watching. Because I'm gonna tell you, people literally put the little flap down thing with the little mirror. People get on their phones and get the Face Live and FaceTime and then looking in the mirror on their phone. They flipping the damn rear view, the little flap thing. You don't never know when people really focus on you, because here's the thing, you don't know for what reason. That's why I be telling people, don't never underestimate people and thinking that, oh, ain't nobody going against you. See, not everybody is against you, but you can't just assume that nobody is going against you. Now, here's another thing. You catch small inconsistencies, because that is the pattern that starts. See, I'm giving y'all the Da Vinci Code, bro, because you could be, I know several Pisceans that's like, they think they're crazy. They think something wrong with them. I'm like, ain't nothing wrong with you. You ain't wrong. You not wrong. You just catch on to stuff, and yeah, it's irritating for folks to be thinking, oh, you doing some other shit. You cannot put it to you like this. You can be in a situation, it don't take you long to pick up on stuff. You can look at a situation like a crossword puzzle, and you start finding shit out of the equation of what the person is presenting to you. As everything's all scrambled, you start picking up on what the truth is before they even find out you know it. It's like, oh shit, he done already figured it out. And that's why somebody can literally be talking to you, Pisces, and they might accuse you of having selective hearing, but you know they full of shit. You don't even want to sit there and be like, oh yeah, right, I got you. You don't even want to talk to them, because you didn't figured it out already. See, he said, do you think it's okay for Christians to celebrate Halloween? I mean, nah, I wouldn't think it's right for Christians to celebrate Halloween, or anybody else. I wouldn't think that they should, because to me, it's like a pagan holiday to me. Just like it's a lot of things. Like, people used to say, it was a such thing as a tooth fairy. They used to say things like, all these made up things, to where even, I would even say this, people's birthdays, that's not even something that people oftentimes do. I know in some families, they don't even do no birthday celebrations for anyone. This one dude witnessed a birthday celebration thing, and when people got him something, he was so fucking surprised, like, what is this for? It's just for your birthday. Oh, I've never gotten anything for my birthday. I was like, what, for real? Like, yeah, we don't celebrate, we don't do that. So that's why I say it all depend upon your your upbringing, how you were raised, bro. Because I feel like a lot of people, they just have a traditional thing that they've always done, and it just kept going. They never stopped. So it's like, if you started, your family household, if y'all been doing that, then it's something you were raised with. But to me, I just feel like that's another thing why you got to be careful with stuff, bro. Because when you look at Halloween, it's really for folks. People would make the whole holiday basically how they want it to go. It's almost like if they want to spend their Halloween dressed up, going out, wearing a costume, there ain't no set way to celebrate Halloween. Everybody celebrate Halloween in their own way, bro. It's cold-blooded. And I ain't gonna lie to you. One year, which was the last time I went to a haunted house, bro, And this haunted house was one of them ones that was like, bro, it wasn't no joke, bro. I'm thinking that, see, somebody invited me because there's one at the festival. So somebody was like, you want to go? Come with me. And we know everybody was all like, let's go. Let's go in a group. So I was like, cool. It was a Libra. Libra invited me to a Libra and a Scorpio, female. They both females. They invited me to go to the haunted house, bro. I never forget this shit, bro. I was scared as shit even before we even got in line, bro. I didn't even want to go. I didn't even want to do it. It's just because it was two females trying to say, oh, come on, oh, you know, woo-de-woo. And my old weak ass was pretty much just I just gave in because I just wanted to, I guess, prove them wrong or something. So it was like, I was trying to act like I was all like, oh, you know, like, yeah, this ain't nothing. Until, bro, I didn't know when you go to, I don't know if any of y'all ever been to a haunted house or went to one that was like really, really scary, bro. To the point where, see us Pisces, bro, we be having dreams and shit. We really lock into like intuition and faces and facial expressions and all kind of stuff. So it ain't really good for us to be seeing a whole lot of, you know, gory faces or like, you know, just blood and fake, you know, all that stuff. Because when we got to go to sleep at night, fam, we be having dreams and shit, bro. This shit ain't no joke. So like me, man, soon as we got to the festival, it was like freaking 8-9 feet fucking tall clowns and shit walking around the damn festival. It was weird because the movie Killer Clowns was like a, you know, a thing at that time. And I went inside the little room where they was like selling little, you know, little items and stuff, bro. And like, I totally didn't even think like none of these like people dressed up in costumes. Some people really be doing it, going all out when they dress up to where they really be looking like something that you don't even want to be looking at, fam. And bro, I'm sitting there really locked in, looking inside the damn little like kiosk thing with whatever they was selling, bro. And I turned around and ran right into a big ass clown's stomach, bro, to where I was like, oh my fucking God, bro. It's like all these clowns was just all over me, touching me. I didn't know they could touch you, bro. So I'm like, he touched me and tried to grab my arm. I'm like, oh shit. Man, that shit had my heart beating so fucking fast, bro. I was so scared, bro. Like, oh my God. So when appreciate the star, Misty. So then, so when I went, so basically, long story short, I'm basically in line to go in. It's our turn to go in. So soon as they opened the damn door, it was dark in there. And then I heard screaming and shit. I'm like, oh, nah. I tried to turn back around. I couldn't do it. I was like, man, I can't do this. And they was like, nah, it's too late. It's too late. And they pushed me in the fucking door, bro, and locked it behind us, bro. I'm like, oh, hell no, bro. So then it's like dark as fuck. Then it was an elevator. And then like the two girls got on the elevator and I tried to get on and it hurry up and went up before I got a chance to get on the elevator. But then when I tried to get in there, the door slammed on me. It was dark as hell. And then somebody literally grabbed me, bro. I'm like, bro, they need to stop this shit, fam. Like, cause they was really trying to push people along to go through the whole haunted house. And then once they had us go through this thing, was like, I experienced a claustrophobic type of experience where they pushed me through this like tight ass fucking like, it was like a small space like this, but you couldn't walk through it. You couldn't walk through it straight. You had to go through it sideways, like and scoot, just to get to the next room, bro, which was very uncomfortable. And you could feel on each side that something was literally sitting there, keeping you from like just being comfortable. And I never forget this, bro. I walk in this room. They was playing like that heavy metal music and shit, that real spooky, like crazy music type shit, bro. And I walked in the room. I'm trying, and you know what the funny thing is? Me as a Pisces, bro, I'm trying to escape. I was trying to go through one of the doors to get outside, bro. That's how us Pisces, bro, we be really trying to, you think we going along the haunted house shit. I'm really trying to escape that motherfucker. I'm trying to get out. So here's the thing. I said, fuck this shit. Because now I'm mad now because I'm scared. I'm like, bro, I shit y'all not, bro. It was a freaking room, dog. And it was dark and it had like them little lights and shit, the little colors and shit. But on each side of the little thing, I don't know if y'all ever seen like a rat trap where it's like a string or a wire that goes through a can and then the can spins, and like sometimes if you use it as bait, they put like a little peanut butter on it and you run across and you literally fall. It's like hard for you to just walk across smooth, bro. Tell me why it was a clown, a big ass clown, tall as fuck, bro, at the end of the fucking can, not the little can looking thing, the little plastic thing you gotta walk on. And bro, I literally looked at that room and was like, oh fuck no, I ain't going in there. Nope. Because I saw the clown at the end of the fucking thing and I'm like, bro, you gonna fall. This slippery ass shit. And when you fall, you end up falling into a like one of them you ever seen it? I don't know if you guys ever went to it's like if you ever go to like one of them places like gymnastics type of places where you jump on like the little trampolines things and you can hit flips and fall into those damn blocks and shit. Well, it was a bunch of balls, different colored balls, bro. And if once you fell off into that, you know you can't do nothing with them balls, bro. Once you fall in that shit, you stuck. So I'm like, bro, I ain't got time for this, bro. Now I'm so, bro, I was so fucking mad at this point, bro, because it literally can't go backwards. And then the dude, it was a dude with a chainsaw, bro. This is how I got out. The dude with the chainsaw, bro. And he had like the chainsaw, I don't know if it was fake, but the shit looked real. And the dude had the goddamn chainsaw. And then he started cussing at me. We going back and forth. And he like, oh, fuck it. Dog, he really just freaking pulling the damn chainsaw. It's getting louder and louder. And then I said, bro, move, bro. I said, bro, I will beat your motherfucking ass. Get out my face, bro. And then he lit the thing up like, what you say? You know, then he really act like he finna do something, bro. I put my paws on him, start hitting that motherfucker, bro. I was hitting his ass like, boo, boo, boo. We in there fighting and shit, bro. Next thing you know, somebody grabbed me from one of them doors and was like, bro, you can't do that here, bro. You can't. Fighting, bro. They kicked me out. I was so happy, bro. Because this was the thing. When he kicked me out, guess what I would have had to do? Go through that room with them clowns with their fucking balls, bro. I was trying to avoid that fucking room. I did not want to go through, and it was by myself. I did not want to go through that fucking shit, bro. I probably would have had a fucking heart attack, bro. Because, bro, everything in that haunted house, that shit looked real, bro. It wasn't no, that was on a level like 1 through 10. That was probably like a 9, bro. As far as how scary it was, bro. It wasn't no, I wouldn't even have wanted a 16-year-old to go through that shit, bro. You can only imagine that shit was too crazy, bro. And the crazy thing, appreciate the star, Sedona. Crazy thing is, they literally said that the dude can really touch you as long as he's not touching you in a particular way. I'm like, dog, that's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit all day. I said, because, bro, I told dude with the chainsaw, man, chill out, bro. You love your job too much, bro. Chill the fuck out, bro. Because the way you acting, you gonna get yourself hurt, bro. That man, I'm talking about every time I said something to dude, he got louder. Then he got the slamming that damn chainsaw down. He was real huge with like a little woman's beater on, bro. Long ass hair. Looked like Jim Duggan from WWE, bro. He was just acting a fool, bro. I'm like, they got this man what are they feeding this guy, bro? Like, bro, in no way he was that damn hype and that damn angry and just like eyes bucking shit, bro. I was like, bro, bro. I said, y'all can have that Halloween shit, bro. I don't do all that face, those masks. And I always felt like when I was younger, I had put a mask on and I don't like the smell. The smell of inside of a mask, it smells like plastic. I don't like the smell, bro. It stinks. It smells like death. I don't know what else to say. It smells like death, bro, to the point where, you know, you never know when somebody is, you never know what you gonna leave from there. Cause like I say, they made it to where they had somebody literally on the damn festival grounds chasing you around and shit, bro. It wasn't like, oh, you could just chill and eat your food and just talk. No, they had all kind of little like random, you know, people just going around chasing people and, you know, in their little face, all blood all over their face and shit, just doing crazy stuff. So yeah, it was definitely a real weird, bad experience for me that I just didn't want to experience twice. I didn't even want to, like, I didn't even want to go, bro. It was just bad. But like, and like I say, that was that at the time that was a state fair event. So it was just like, I said, oh hell no. No, so yeah. Yeah, Misty said I had to stop actors several times and escort persons out of haunted house, no touching though. Yeah, man, cause I ain't gonna lie, I put my hands on dude, bro, cause it was like like I had reached my limit. I'm like, bro, like I was starting to, man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was sweating in that motherfucker, bro. I was trying to like, I was getting stressed, exhausted, just, I'm looking at everything. Like they make sure when you walk in there, you're gonna be looking around at all different shit. But like, I don't like how they be having them black curtains where you gotta like swipe them shits and then look through them, and then you might look through a room and then the fucking floor start going like up and down and shaking real fast and shit. And it's like, bro, come on, man. I'm like, nah, bro. Because they got some stuff where the elevator situation, when the girls got on the elevator, they said that the little floor thing was like it was feeling like it was gonna fall. I'm like, bro, see that type of stuff, them effects and shit, bro. But yeah, you ain't gonna lie though, man. Like me, I almost fainted. I ain't gonna lie, I almost fainted in that motherfucker, bro. I almost fainted in that haunted house, bro, because I don't like clowns, bro. And I feel like the type of clown that I seen, bro, in that shit, bro. That shit, I said, you got it, big bro. You the scariest looking motherfucker in this thing, and now I got to come in this room with you. And he won, bro. The craziest thing is this. It's how you look at a person, bro. So when I saw his ass like down the thing, he looked at the look he had on his face was like he literally sitting down and he got his leg crossed and he just sitting like this, as if like, oh, you ain't getting past this shit without his ass getting you. It wasn't really no room for you to like do no, you know, no type of crossover move and get past them. You on some like gladiator type shit to where you gotta walk on this thing that keeps spinning. It's like spinning like this, and you gotta walk without falling. And you know if it's spinning, you gonna fall, bro. You gonna fall. That's the same trap that is a little smaller that's used for rats, catching rats and mice. So in this situation, it was just a bigger trap. And me as a Piscean, I caught on to it and I was like, oh, hell nah. It's an illusion that you can really walk across that motherfucker, but somebody gonna fall. Now, I know what a lot of y'all might be saying is, would have you, put it like this, would you have walked over it had you had somebody with you? Yes. Because I could have used the other person as a hostage and been close to them, so when the clown come, throw his ass over to the damn clown and get the fuck out of there. Hey, appreciate the gift. But yeah, I just couldn't do it, bro. That shit is not for me, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. My scary ass, I can't do the haunted houses, bro. Appreciate that, T-Mobile. Yeah, I just feel like, bro, I was trying so hard not to like fucking faint, bro, but it was like I could feel that my legs were like giving out on me in that situation, bro. Cause like you could be so scared that your ass can't even walk, bro. Cause you just literally you done seen enough. You done had your fair share of, okay, this ain't fun no more, bro. Hey, this ain't fun no more, bro. This shit a little spookier than I thought, bro. Like it was one of them moments, like. But I say what really caught me off guard, probably should have asked more questions before I went there. I didn't know they could touch you. That's what threw me off. I didn't know they could touch you, bro. That shit really, if I had known that, I wouldn't have went, bro. I would have said, yeah, y'all got it. I ain't going. Nope. I thought they could just get up on you and just like, you know, raw, you know, get in your face, but I didn't think they could actually physically touch you, like grab your arm or something, bro. That shit was like, bro. I don't want nobody touching me, bro. And then I said, okay, well, if he touched me, I'm punching. If he touched me, I'm punching him. Like, I ain't finna sit here and be scared. No, hell no. And then I was at that moment, glance is so crazy. I said, man, I'm gonna have to fight one of these fucking workers to get out of this shit. And sure enough, boom. It was a dude with the chainsaw, bro. Craziest thing was, I was trying to peek in the room to see who was in the room before I went in there. And when I peeked in that room, the dude with the chainsaw was not in that motherfucker, bro. You know where he was at? When I walked in, there was like a table with these fake ass like bloody body parts and shit on it. He was literally ducked down, like on purpose, like ducked down. So once I walked in, I'm thinking, oh shit, ain't nobody in this room. And the first thing I hear is the chainsaw go off, and I'm like, I look back and this big ass fucking dude with the chainsaw. I'm like, oh hell no, bro. Cause it's like, that's why I be telling people, like, when you look around, you can't just look level-headed and just look in front. You got to look at the floor and look around the floor and make sure you peep those dark ass spots, you know, within on the lower level, because that's where folks like to duck and hide and shit, bro. His big ass was hiding, like kneel down on his knees. I'm like, oh shit. Cause the room was just red. All you could hear was the heavy metal music. See? And then they had like the little shit, like the little smoke effect where it just be a little smoky and shit. So that's why I ain't really see him. And the music was throwing me off because that shit was some fucking devil ass fucking music, bro. You could tell like it wasn't even no vocals. It was just mute the damn instruments. But you hear electric guitar and like you could tell that like, this ain't for me, bro. I know I keep saying the same thing, but that's just how crazy it was, bro. I don't wish that shit on. I wouldn't even invite nobody to that shit, to be honest. But some people like that type of shit. But you know me, I don't even watch horror movies, bro. I can't, bro, because that's another thing that's crazy about being a Pisces. You be saying shit, bro. And then when you tell somebody, yo, I just saw something, bro. Oh, man, no, you tweaking, bro. You tweaking. Oh, no, bro, now you see, here it is, man. You always saying you know some shit. Now you talking about you done seen some shit, bro. Yes, I did. I seen something. But now, who you gonna tell that to? Nobody's gonna believe you, bro. So that's why I don't like watching that shit, because then you start to see the author energy behind the fucking, you know, the damn script and everything. You like, shit. That's why I said with Pisces, we see too much, bro. We feel too much. Meaning we pick up on shit that we probably didn't think we was gonna pick up on. See? So that could be the case. Let me see. Yeah, definitely, Misty. That's a good idea to have people sign a waiver or a contract. Definitely. As far as, you know, the whole touching thing. But no, I wouldn't know. No, you just paid and got your ticket. It was a Stay Fair festival thing. And like I said, I got invited to it. All you had to do was turn your little ticket in and then boom. Now, if it was any type of, writing on the wall, I totally missed it because I went in there and as soon as I got in there, it wasn't nothing that you could just go and chill. And that's what I thought it would be outside of the haunted house. I didn't think like, oh, because I wanted to get like a funnel cake and little stuff and little food and stuff, but like it was over for all that shit. If anything, you would just get a drink because that's just how intense it was. It was nothing. Everybody that was like sitting around and standing around, they was screaming and running and shit, bro, because it was stuff coming from all different fucking directions. And then you got the clowns on stilts walking around, and the craziest shit I've ever seen in my freaking life, bro, was there was this huge fucking clown. This clown was like fucking like 10 feet tall, bro. I've never seen, like, on those type of stilts, this clown, they had him looking like a real freaking like clown from outer space, bro. It was a huge clown, bro. And literally how he was just walking through that mug, I was like, like now, bro, they doing this. I know they trying to make people get their money's worth, but that shit was crazy, bro. Let me see. Yeah, some horror movies, like, it's crazy because, like, the reason I don't like horror movies because, like, there's some scary movies and then there's some super scary ones. There's some ones that's like, they go too far, bro. Like, they get into the Ouija board and they start doing, like, crazy stuff in the damn movie that you be like, yo, that's too much. That's way too much. So, to me, it's like, some movies just gotta be careful because, like I said, some things can still stay with you after the movie's over. So it's like not good to really see certain things because let's say there's a young, let's say someone's younger, they're like 18 watching that same movie. And then they see the Ouija board and then they get curious, like, oh, what's that? They done seen somebody playing with this shit on a movie. So they thinking, oh, this is okay for me to go get one and use it myself. But remember what I say always is just what you can't see, bro. And people don't know that Ouija board is a portal, bro. It's a board game, but the whole purpose of the fucking board is to open a portal, bro. Open a portal for what? Demons, bro. See? And that's the thing, like, you can summon a fucking demon from a fucking Ouija board, bro, to the point where how we gonna get rid of this motherfucker? You done already welcomed it. Now the crazy thing is the Ouija board is a satanic freaking game, bro, to the point where now your whole house you got paranormal activity. You hear shit falling, lights switching on and shit. You hear walking around, you hear somebody call your name and somebody called me. No, just little shit. You paranormal activity because somebody brought a goddamn spirit in your house, bro. And spirits are real, bro. You just can't see them in this body, bro. You cannot see them in this body. But here's the thing. Some people can, bro. Because they have the gift. That's what I'm trying to say. Some people have the gift, God-given gift that gave them the gift to see spirits, bro. It's people that can walk in your house and know that, okay, it's some shit going on in this mug. That's because they got the gift. See, but it's crazy because people ain't going to believe it until they see it. But it's a reason why you can't see it because you will probably have a heart attack, bro. You probably have a heart attack. I remember I'll tell you a true story, bro. We had this house, bro. This house the whole house was just crazy, bro. Paranormal activity, bro. And one time, bro, I had the sleep paralysis shit. You know, I understand y'all have seen that before, boom. And I went to sleep But when I woke up, I was in the same fucking room. And I had a little fish tank and all this stuff in my room. So everything was still there, but I'm still asleep. But I so happenly woke up while I was asleep. And all of a sudden, I'm like, yo, how the hell? I'm like, why? This ain't making no sense. So then I ended up waking up again. Now I'm in my body, but I'm stuck to the bed, bro. I'm literally yelling out, hey, yo, hey, I can't move. I'm trying to wiggle my toes to see if, okay, because they say to do that when you going through the sleep paralysis situation, wiggle your toes because that's going to let you know if you sleep. So I start wiggling my toes. I'm like, okay, something is on me, bro, because I can't get up. And I'm trying with force to get my ass up and I cannot get up, bro. Now, crazy thing is, bro, I went in, and I'll never forget this as I was younger when this happened, bro. Next thing you know, I went in my siblings' room. I'm like, yo, I can't sleep, bro. I was just stuck to the bed and woo. Bro, even though I went to another room, because I slept on the floor, bro, never forget this, bro. The door opened up, and bro, I was literally looking up at the fucking wall, and something grabbed both of my fucking legs and pulled my ass down to the fucking door, bro. Scary as shit. And I said, oh my God, something just grabbed me, and I felt the shit pull me like this. Then I had this vision, bro. Now, this is the scariest shit, bro. I had a vision that there was these empty fucking water bottles, just like this. And all I was hearing was the crackles in my fucking sleep. It was like, this all I was hearing was this, right? Now, the scariest thing is, as soon as I looked up, guess what I seen, bro? A witch, bro. The witch didn't have a face. Didn't have no, all you could see was her head. Her whole celestial body was like space, and all you could see was stars. And she was huge. She was huge. And she was standing over me and looking right at me. Okay, fast forward. Then, as I began to go into deep meditation and prayer, lo and behold, somebody was doing witchcraft, bro. They was trying to do witchcraft on me, bro. And see, I tapped in, I caught on to it. See? And then what I did was I threw the hex back to where it came from. And all that fucking, all that star, the lady with the stars all through her and shit, see through, all that shit stopped. In Jesus' name. Now the hex wasn't, like I say, it's not the folklore. It's not the Harry Potter hex. It's not that. It's not the evil hex. But that energy of what that person had tried to do to me and sent to me, because that's torment. If a person, listen, if somebody doing witchcraft on you, the first sign is you start having nightmares and shit every day. Where you feel afraid to go down in the basement just to throw a load of wash in because you feel like when it's time to go back up them damn stairs, you feel like something trying to grab you down in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, bro, it's hard to share this type of information unless you understand, bro. Because if you ain't never experienced this, you're going to be like, oh, I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, no. But I'm telling you, like, bro, it starts off even when you're younger. You start picking up on this. Then your mom screaming, yelling at you, like, make sure you turn the iron off and go down there and turn all the lights out. And you like, wait a minute. You ask your sister, your brother to come with you. Hold the door. Hey, man, little Johnny, man, keep that light on. Come halfway down now. I'm going to reach for the light and we going to run up the stairs. This little stuff you start off, so you start noticing something ain't right when you just try to go down there and turn all the goddamn lights off. Why do you feel like something going to try to grab you once you turn them lights off? You don't get that shit for no reason, bro. See, you pick up on spirits as when you're younger, bro. pick up on that shit when you younger, bro. Now, it was another thing that happened was we had a nest in the vents, okay? It was a wasp nest, okay? Now, this was crazy. Next to you know, we had some we had some company, some visitors. So we be sitting down eating. Next to you know, we see just little wasp and shit flying past us. We like, yo, where are these bees coming from? We had a nest inside of the fucking vent in the floor and shit. So that was a situation I felt like was concocted. Somebody sent that shit. Now I understand, yes, it's possible for, you know, a beehive or something to be in the vents and shit and bees coming out of nowhere and whoop-de-woo. But what's crazy is it stopped. See? Right after the whole prayer situation, it stopped. Now here's the funny, now it's not funny, but this is the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life, bro. Me and my brother, bro, we playing Xbox at the time. We just literally playing the game, bro. Never forget this, bro. The ceiling fan, bro, it was like just going like normal. And then the shit just blew up, bro. We was just sitting in there playing the game and the whole ceiling fan was like, just blew up right above us like. And we sitting there, we see the smoke and the little fire and shit. We run and go get the extinguisher and everything. We just sitting there like, we was just sitting here playing the game. What the fuck? How did shit that blow up like that? It was that same house that I seen that witch, bro. The house literally, it ain't gonna say it was haunted. It had demons in it, bro. That ceiling fan exploded, bro, without question, bro. And it wasn't even that old, bro. But I'm gonna tell you, why am I even telling y'all this? Awareness, bro. Because when the shit blew up, we didn't even jump. We were just covered in all the little dust and all the shit from the fan. But it was just how it happened, bro, the timing. We were just sitting there playing the game and then the shit just boom, it just blew up. And that's the same house with the bees. And the house was a $250,000 house. It wasn't no cheap shit. But that house, bro, it was something to that house because that was the only house all this bullshit was happening in, bro. That's why I be telling people like, bro, you gotta really check stuff, bro. And here's the craziest part. Some shit happened in that house before we even moved in there, bro. See? And what happened was that I can't say all that stuff on here, but like somebody had got, you know, a man did something to a lady inside of that home, bro. And that's the reason why all that shit was there, bro. But we didn't know that until after the fact. Then the house ended up going into foreclosure, all kind of weird shit. And then we just moved. We moved because, bro, all the ceiling fan, every little thing we was tallying up, bro. And we had just finished the basement. So I always say, bro, like, it's all kind of shit, like, bro, that be happening that's just like, you don't be knowing why, bro, but if you keep having the situation. Like, I remember one time, I actually left the house, and this was way back in the day. I used to work at Kohl's department store. I worked third shift. Next thing you know, I went outside to my car, and I had some company. Bro, it was like 8 fucking raccoons right there by my car, bro. And I literally walked up on them because I was, you know, half fucking tired in the middle of like early morning. I'm like, it's like what, 5 in the morning. I'm like, oh shit, all these fucking raccoons. And I was like this close from like getting so close to them to where I wasn't even paying attention. And the craziest thing is, once I looked at the raccoons, I said, what y'all want? What y'all doing? Because they was frozen in time. Like they was just looking at me like standing up and shit. And the crazy, I didn't understand this about raccoons, bro. Because they was literally looking at me, but they wasn't running from me or doing nothing. They was just staring at me like, who is you? And I'm looking at them like, what y'all looking at? Like, you know, what the fuck y'all doing? Get the fuck away from the car, bro. So I can go to work. But it was like, I had to run back in the house because, bro, I didn't expect them to like, this was back when I pretty much wasn't really too much aware of them, bro. So it was like, it was a surprise to see them. But I was so shocked that they didn't budge. That's why I ran in the house, because I'm like, they still standing there. Like, we ain't going nowhere. And that had to been like the whole family. So that was just like a crazy experience, y'all. But yeah, I gotta turn this air on, y'all. But yeah, it's a getting back to the topic, when somebody, I say, when people think you're quiet because you don't know, okay? That you don't know, and I'm gonna tell you, they don't know the whole time. I know my phone kind of shaking and stuff, but it's like they don't know the whole time, like, that you really just have been observing, okay? Now, okay, so another thing is that you always hear what's not being said. And it can be crazy for you because you like, damn, people might even try to lie to you and say they didn't say that. Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But you already know that's what it is. Just like I always say, it's what you can't see, it's what's not being said. You ain't gotta say it. I know this is what you're doing. See? Now, it's almost as if the Pisces could be a doctor in a way, because appreciate the 100 the gift, Misty. It's like a Pisces could be a doctor, because the doctor know what's going on with you even before you see it, because hey, he got the little x-ray and okay, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look inside. Let's see what's going on. You ain't stopping him and telling him, oh, well, I didn't say I was drinking. The doctor gonna find out. They're gonna run your blood, and see, okay, let's see if something's in your system. In other words, you can't hide. You had to go to the doctor for a reason. Appreciate the 100, Misty. And see, that's like you notice jealousy before anyone says a word, bro. And then you start to feel like, man, what's the point? Because it's like, do you want to keep making friends? And then all of a sudden, the friends make you, they become jealous. And now, oh, you like, this is how it always ends. I'm so used to it. What's the point? What's the point anymore? Appreciate the Sparkles healer and a happy pool, Misty. It seems like one of the number one ways is like, it hurts the way it turns out. See, it hurts. And yeah, some of us Pisces, we cry. Some of us, we get depressed or something. We feel it on another level, because it's like, bro, you really want to get to know people. You really want to be 100 with people, and they can't handle it, bro. You think, oh, I'm being 100, but then this person is hurt. Now you feel like, damn, if I had lied to you, I would have been hurt. So why this person can't feel the same? They just don't want to, see? And the thing is, this is the saddest thing for a Pisces, and it's crazy in itself. The craziest shit ever, bro, is that you keep hoping your intuition is wrong, bro. You be wanting your intuition to be wrong for once. Like, you really want to see the potential in people, but your intuition won't let you. The intuition is like a security guard, bro. It's like, damn, do anybody got paid security? Yeah, some people do. The people that can afford it, but with Pisces don't need it. Pisces has their own Pisces has their own in-house security. It's the intuition. The intuition team. And it's for free. See? If you use it. Now, crazy thing is, the intuition, you be hoping that it's wrong for once, because you don't want to accept the reality that somebody you thought was your friend is your enemy. And see, you know that it's going to hurt you to have to let that person go. And you like, damn, it had to be him, bro. Oh, shit. Now I can't hang with this person no more. Now I can't let him come over. Can't do this, can't do that. Or if you with a female, I got to break up with her. And now she going to be wondering, why am I breaking up with her? She going to think I'm nuts. But the intuition, like, fuck all that shit. You worry about the wrong shit. Just stop talking to her. And you like, man, then who are you getting into it with? Your intuition, your security team. See, your security team is like, nah, man, we ain't here trying to hear all that shit, bro. Neither should you. They gotta go, bro. They gotta go. And then you like, well, come on, man. Hey, well, give them another chance. It's like, no, you saw what happened last time. You gave what's the name another chance and they fucked you over. And you was crying and you was doing this and this, and then you like, damn. See? Then you put the hoodie on, the sweatpants and the slides, and you like, man, fuck this shit, bro. It never fails. Every time it's some shit, right? So boom. Next thing you know, it hurts when it turns out you were right, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I met this girl, and bro, I was really trying to get my rocks off, bro. And next thing you know, I'm like, really, like, she like, I'm gonna come over. We can do it in the car. We all planned it out. And bro, the intuition was like, do you even know if she clean, dude? Like, hold on, slow down, bro. Slow down. Hold on now. My security team intervened and said, ask to see her my chart at least. Don't just do something dumb and stupid, bro. With this one, you need to ask for a my chart. So then once I touched on my chart, she didn't have one. She didn't even have no health insurance. So then I said, well, when is the last time you did something? And she said, well, don't judge me. Don't get mad at me. But she said 3 days ago. I said, ooh. It ain't looking good for the kid. That's like bad. That's 3 days ago. That's shit. So then I'm like, oh, nah. Then it was some more shit. She said, I ain't gonna lie to you. She went to the doctor, and then she said, they told her she had HPV. And here's the kicker, bro. The kicker is, once she tells me she has HPV, bro, she tells me, oh, but I don't got no warts. I don't got no strain of that. She said, oh, you could just wear protection and, you know, we can talk about it. Now you done fucked up. What do us Pisces do? We always look up shit, bro. Man, I went up on Google and fucking looked that shit up and looked. I said, is this a contagious such and such? Like, how do people catch this shit? And then I got back to her and I was like, you full of shit. That shit is contagious, bro. It said you can catch the shit even if you wear protection. And I had to block her, cut her off. But she was trying to get my ass, bro. See, that's the thing I'm trying to say, bro. When somebody trying to get you, they're going to try to make it easy for you to get the shit, bro. She was willy-nilly ready to go right away, bro. She wasn't hitting the brakes. And shit was scaring the fuck out of me, bro. Like, Sam, you ain't even scared? We ain't even met yet. Now, I know how I sound, like, damn, dude. But it be like that when if you the type of person where you don't be out here, you know, choking the chicken and shit. Yeah, get times like that. Shit, you a man. So don't try to sit on here and lie and say, damn, you be getting down. Nah, bro. Like I said, I was gonna do it, but when she said HPV, bro, that shit knocked the whole fucking, that changed the goalpost, bro. So I said, oh no, I can't do it, bro. But my intuition had to keep reminding me, which I felt like, damn, what if I didn't have this security team? I would be a walking HPV motherfucker, bro. See, and this is the best security team because it's free. Now, the hardest part about the security team is you got to know where they are. You got to know their voice. See, their voices, because, bro, I'm using that as an analogy. Because if you don't know how to use the intuition, you're cooked, bro. You don't got no... I'm going to tell you the funniest thing. Why do Pisces dissolve all boundaries? Here's a secret. Pisces doesn't need the boundaries. All Pisces has is the intuition. The intuition overrides the boundary, because guess what? The intuition ain't gonna let nothing come to a Pisces that don't belong, bro. It's cold-blooded. Faster than setting a goddamn boundary. I'll do a video about that to prove it. See, now, you notice, like I say, you notice jealousy before a person even says a word, bro. And another thing, here's how you are able to detect jealousy, bro. Not even that. You notice when someone's effort slowly disappears, bro. A person becomes dry. A person becomes, oh, one word, maybe send a one-word answer, reply. They ain't really trying like they was before. Once you see the energy shift, that's it. See, once the person energy change, you catch on to it. And then when you start moving accordingly, guess who gets blamed? You. And guess who gets accused of the same shit they're doing because they're projecting? See? You. Because now, oh, you acting funny. But you know it's them. See? Now, another thing is you could tell when an apology is not genuine. Like, for instance, I was talking to this lady back when I was on the whole chat line days, dating apps or whatnot back then. And I remember this lady, she was a Cancer. And I gave her my number because I'm old school. This is how I've been. Hey, I ain't finna play games and talk to you on no fucking app. So she tells me, tries to send me the Facebook Messenger thing. I told her I don't use it. But when I gave her my number, she acted like she didn't see it and tried to just give me the whole Facebook thing. So I said no. But the whole thing is she saw it. But then she apologized. So the apology was fake. So that's why I tell people, like, bro, why would a person apologize because they didn't text you? They didn't use your number? Or that because they ignored it? Because they ignored it. She basically ignored it, but it's cool. But don't lie and say you're sorry and go off into an explanation. You can't trust people that do that weird shit, bro. She did a Martin Luther King speech of a fucking text. And I told her, you could have just called me and said that shit in like a damn, 30 seconds. You see how folks, that's why I say when people do that type of stuff, where they want to hide behind these little apps and shit, bro, you can't trust them. You don't want to have a real conversation? Nope. Now, what's going on, Pisces gang? Ariana, welcome. Subscribe if you haven't. Smash the like button. Okay, so another thing is, you notice when people are acting different, depending on who's around. That's another thing. Because listen, why can't you get the same energy that this other person is getting? What's the difference? Oh, I get it. You want to impress this other person, or, oh, this is your favorite person. See? Or this is who you really cool with. You gotta watch people to really catch this now and understand it. Now, oftentimes you often feel emotionally drained after being around negative people. So that could be the case. It's a reason why they are considered the energy vampires. You done been around vampires, and now they done sucked your blood, sucked your energy dry. Now you ain't got enough for your own self. That's why when you done been hanging around negative folks, it's always hard to work on shit. afterwards. You can't even do your homework after you've been hanging around these negative people. Negative information, negative conversation, shit wears you down. See? Now you got a project to work on, you got homework, you can't even study because you got this negative shit all stuck on your mind, your brain, right? Now, here's another thing. Why I said you will think of your intuition and say, damn, I wish you were wrong sometimes. The problem here is you struggle to ignore your instincts. You can't, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Even if you wanted to, you will always listen to your instincts. You will at least, and here's the funny thing. Even if you don't listen to it, it still will show you. Before the shit hits the fan, ahead of time, it will show you. I know so many Pisces that didn't listen to their intuition, including myself, and said, damn, I knew that shit was gonna happen. Damn, I knew, God damn it, I knew his motherfucking ass was gonna do that shit. I should have went with my first thought. See, that's how you know, because as soon as you feel the intuition, your body reacts first. See, your hairs on your arm start standing up. You get a little sweaty in the armpit where you start you start doing this and shit. And it ain't because you musty. It's because you feeling it. You feeling the intuition like, oh shit. You get the feeling a little sweaty, or your body react first. When you feel that armpits itching feeling, intuition. And you think, oh, I'm musty, I'm sweaty, or why am I itching right there? That was to get your attention. Your hair standing up on your skin, you get them goosebumps. It's time to pay attention, because guess what? You were not. You could be believing somebody lollygagging, and next thing you know, them hairs stand up, and you think somebody let the door open. No. Not always, no. Your hairs is doing that right in that moment, because at that particular time, your intuition is trying to get your attention. See? So that's why we say you gotta pay attention to your body, bro. Now, another thing is that people dismiss your concerns until they experience the same damn thing, bro. Until a person get betrayed, they ain't gonna never know what it feel like as to why you trying to avoid it so much. It's like, oh, I don't want to be around fake people. Well, I don't have that problem. I haven't went through that. I don't know what that feels like. Okay, motherfucker, when you go through it, then tell me about it. Tell me how I feel. When somebody do you dirty. For instance, your girlfriend could cheat on you, and you be like, damn, of course you're going to be hurt about it. But then you tell a dude that think he a player, oh man, yeah, you tripping, bro. Don't let it get all in your feelings, bro. Okay, until your motherfucking ass gets played, you gonna know what it feel like. Then you're gonna be trying to relate to me. Oh, remember that time, man, you told me about Brenda cheating on you, bro? Man, tell me why my girl and shit, man, she went out to the movie, told me she went. I don't want to hear it, dude. You ain't had no remorse for my motherfucking ass. When I went through the same feeling, you was laughing at me. No, you a player. Don't cry about it. Do the time, stop the baby crying. See, because that's what you said to me. See, a lot of people want to wait until, oh, they want to dismiss when you concerned until it happened to them. See, now another thing is that you give second chances more than you should. And that's only because you be knowing the intuition be telling you to cut the motherfucker off. So you be like, wait, hold on now. The intuition be cut and dry, one and done. But here's the problem. Pisces, you start feeling like, hold on now, wait a minute. Not so fast now, hold on now. I just met little Ray Ray. God damn, I gotta cut him off that quick. Why don't we give them one more chance? No. No more chances. See? Because the chances, hey, you know why? The chance is the trap. One more chance is the trap, bro. That's what the intuition is trying to protect you from. The intuition knows what you want to do. The intuition knows that you would have went along with it. That's why it's trying to stop you from doing it ahead of time. The intuition knew you was going to try to give that person another chance because you trusted them too fast, too soon, or whatever the situation was. Now the intuition telling you, no, don't be trusting such and such. You done got you, hey, you all in. No, you need to back up 10 steps. See? So that's the situation. Now, you can oftentimes carry emotional burdens that's not yours. See, once you absorb the emotions and moods of others, when you leave from them, you got to separate what's yours and theirs. So as soon as you leave from a person that you've been hanging around, separate their emotions and mood from yours. So you don't take theirs, on for your, you don't carry the burden onto yourself as if they're still with you when they're not. Even if y'all ride in the car together, always remember, I'm responsible for me, myself, and my emotions, my mood. Don't let this other person infiltrate and project and share their emotions, and then you end up taking it on as if it were your own. See? So that's one thing. Now, another thing is you notice who celebrates your wins and who stays silent. Because if it's your birthday and then this person's supposed to be your friend, but you ain't even got a happy birthday, this person don't even sound excited. They saying it all dry and they're late, making an excuse around it, that you can't trust it. See, that's not your friend. It's not your real friend. Now, you can feel the tension before other people recognize it. You'll be knowing exactly. The craziest thing is you can feel tension before other people feel it. Then it's like, oh shit, why ain't nobody talking? Why ain't nobody talking? You be already knowing something's up. You be knowing that, damn, we've been riding 15 minutes and there's 4 people in the car and nobody said nothing. That means something going on. See, there's tension between somebody in this car as to why everybody don't want to say nothing. See, and that's not normal. Now, another thing is you pick up on the subtle changes in tone and body language. Because remember I said in the listen twice, speak once. One ear is for listening to a person's words. The other ear is for listening to the emotion behind their words. So you be catching on the subtle changes in tone and body language. And that ties into what you see. You got 2 eyes. For one is for the illusion and one is for what? The facade. But what you have to do is distinguish what's what. And when your eyes adjust, because after observing and watching a person long enough, then you will be able to see that person's true self, meaning their true what? Reality. The true reality of who they are. Because, bro, they will try to show you something else in order for you to believe something else that's not them. That's why people don't take accountability for their actions. Well, it wasn't me. I didn't do nothing to you. It was my illusion and my facade. They're the ones that did it. And you be like, no, it was you. It came from you. Nah. See, it's what you believe, your perspective. That's why I be telling people like, bro, how do we know this to be true? Look at the actors. Look at the celebrities. They're playing a role, bro. They get paid to play a role. That ain't the real them. They don't really live like that. Everything you see on TV is always not real, bro. A lot of them cars is not paid for, bro. A lot of them houses are Airbnbs. But because it's Blueface, you think you think he rich. You think he got money. I bet he ain't showing, whether or not it's an Airbnb, because it'll make him look bad. See, you gotta know the difference. Not everybody that's on TV is rich, bro. Or, yeah, they might be famous, but they not rich. If they were rich, they wouldn't have to stream and do all these things. See? Now, appreciate the hearts, y'all. Another thing is that you may stay loyal more than people would. See, you will stay loyal more than people would, to where next thing you know, it's just like getting a membership from a YMCA, a club. The shit didn't expire, you still loyal. You still show up to the damn gym club ready to work out even when your membership is expired. That just show how much loyal, how loyal you are. Because Pisces, we be willing to go the long way. We be in it for the long run, long term. Okay, so boom. You want to believe the best in people, see? But that also could be the problem, because you can't always look at the potential, bro. Now, sometimes that type of hope gets taken advantage of. See, that's why I said you can't look for the best in everybody, bro. They got to want that themselves. You can't try to depict that, or make that happen for them. They got to want it. So if they're not making no effort within their own self, they're not trying to help themselves, neither can you. Now, here's the thing, is that you're attracted to healing, okay? As you're able to heal yourself from most things with God's help. But here's the thing. Every time you get betrayed, you almost struggle with letting the people go. It's almost like somebody can betray you and then you struggle to let go of the betrayal, because you want to heal the person. So you want to heal them from the iniquities and the things that are tied into it, or why it happened. But you can't always, see, because this is how you stay with someone that's not good for you. Now, another thing is that you replay moments wondering what you missed. See, it could be that. And then, like I say, you oftentimes need time alone to recharge emotionally, because your emotions can become exhausting. And then it's not so much of you being physically exhausted, it's your emotions. You be having to take time aside to go do something to get away from people, because everybody is trying to pull on your emotions. They want your emotions to shower on them like a damn shower head. See? And it's almost like, damn, you want to use my towels and all my stuff. You want to hold on to my emotions to heal yourself, make you feel good. But that could be the only reason why people want to talk to you. It's how you make them feel. See? Ain't got shit to do with you. A person can listen to a certain type of music because the way it make them feel. Ain't got shit to do with the artist. Not always. Now, people misunderstand your silence. Okay? So a lot of times people could think you're weak when you're silent. They don't know what's actually going on. They call it like they see it, right? Here's another thing. You would rather leave than constantly argue with somebody. So you might start packing your stuff. You might step outside. You might go for a drive than to sit there and argue constantly. You protect your peace once your trust is broken. You become much more selective about who you let close to you. That's why a lot of times a Pisces can be in a situation where, man, if they don't trust you, bro, you never getting in, bro. They never riding along with you. If they say they don't trust you, it's gonna stay like that, bro. Because that's the thing. If a Pisces will be damned, they'd be like, nah, bro, I would never hang out with this person. I don't trust them, bro. See? So that's the thing. Like, it's people that I've said that to if I've never hung out with them ever. I didn't give a damn if they was family or not, bro. Because you got to stand on principle. You got to stand on those type of things. Now, here's your biggest strength, okay? Is empathy. But it also could be the biggest challenge, bro. Because you got to know how to use it. You got to know how to use it. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of times, even when you say it's crazy to be a Pisces, right? Boom. The only people that going to understand you is another Pisces, bro, when you say that. But if you say it to just anyone and then you explain why, what are you going to say? Usually, the Pisces will say because, oh, yeah, I know it's crazy being a Pisces, but here's the thing. Here's the good thing. We empathize and, you know, we're compassionate. And when people hear this, they start laughing. They think you weak by saying these things because they don't really know too much about the power of empathy, bro. They think it's weak to say, oh, you compassion? They think that's some soft shit, bro. No, it's not soft. Compassion is power, bro. Because that means I'm choosing to treat you a certain way aside from how I feel, others. I'm still choosing to do something. And ain't nobody making me be like this, bro. That's powerful. See, because some people, they can't do that, bro. They can't forgive. They can't hold somebody's hand that's in pain. They can't feel where somebody coming from. They can't do it, bro. See? And the thing, especially the funniest thing is when somebody's your enemy. Because this is why I did the video. I'm gonna do another one. Part 2 of it is because for the most part, Pisces, they are surrounded by hidden enemies, bro. Most of the people around Pisces is almost like Pisces having mercy on you to the point where, damn, you don't think the Pisces has already been forewarned to let your ass go and to block you? It's a Pisces probably still around you just because they trying to see the potential in you getting healing. See? It's like a Pisces might say, okay, well, yeah, I know such and such is, you know, right now he's being, you know, problematic and, you know, getting himself in trouble and whoop-de-woo, getting in trouble with the law. But the Pisces will still have compassion on you, still treat you like you're not in trouble. See, because they're not looking at your mishaps, your mistakes. They treating you with that compassion because they're looking at the future. They're looking at, okay, showing love to you is what's going to heal you. See, and there's a chance you could possibly change your behavior having, you know, received that type of love. Because I tell people every day, love covers a multitude of sins, bro. And the thing about it is, if you constantly putting somebody down, even after they do the wrong thing, fam, they will never change and get right because look how you still cutting them down. You making it be known that there ain't no fucking chance. There ain't nothing to come from it. Like as if they can't change from it. But they actually can if you actually treat them with love, bro. They'll stop doing the stuff, bro. See? To the point where they'll realize like, okay, yeah, you know, they'll be appreciative of, oh, you know, I'm glad such still here for me, even though, you know, I'm a felon or I did this shit and whoop-de-woo. I'm glad it's still somebody out there that still care about me, that still see me, you know, as an individual instead of judging me by what I, you know, did in the past. So that's why I say, like, you gotta show love even when you don't want to, bro. See? So that's one thing. Now, another thing is as time go on, you start to learn to trust your judgment, see, over time. Because one thing is like, If you got poor judgment, it's because you don't use it. When you look at a situation, you gotta, you gotta look at what it is that's actually happening, and you gotta believe it. You gotta stand on it, bro, even if you don't want to. And then over time, it develops into good judgment. Now, here's another thing. Being a Pisces, like I say, it isn't just about emotion. It's about learning when to trust your heart, when to trust your observations, and when to walk away, bro. So that's the three things that if you do these wrong, that's why you end up feeling like that. You end up feeling bad because you got to know when to leave a situation alone. You got to know when to trust your observations, bro. Because this is your lesson, Pisces, is that not everybody has your best interest, bro. See? And the thing is with you, Pisces, why I said you're surrounded by hidden enemies is that you have to wait. You got to watch people. Because your intuition is watching. So should you. But the minute you don't agree or you don't want to listen to it, it's because you feel that you ain't see these things happen. So it's almost like, damn, why am I not seeing what my intuition is showing me? Because it's supposed to be a situation where both of y'all on one accord. See, the intuition links up to you to where, oh, you got to be with it, not against it. So it's like, oh, yeah, I see what's going on, intuition. You got to be in agreement. Because if you literally, could you imagine your intuition say, yo, watch this person, but you don't see it. So you start thinking, you bugging and you start second guessing yourself because, oh, I don't see nothing going on. Why am I feeling like that? And then our intuition, like, don't even worry about it, but you need to leave this person alone right now. Don't even try to figure it out. But you still battling your own self, your intuition, and you not listening to it. So then it's almost like you don't even believe that it actually works. And then all of a sudden, oh shit, I knew I should have left. Damn, I should have just listened. My intuition was telling me that, bro, the whole time. But see, the only reason that you don't listen to it is because you actually end up feeling like, oh, you intervene instead. See? It's like, oh, no, I ain't. Yeah, intuition told me to leave, but I'm going to stay. And no, you can't do that. Now, here's another thing. Being a Pisces, like I say, it could feel like you're carrying a radar. See? But this type of radar never turns off. So here, sometimes it's a gift. See, and I'm going to tell you, there are some good people out there. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's a gift, but sometimes it's exhausting. See? So that's why I say, like, when you out and about, it's going to feel crazy. Like, damn, every time you look into a situation, you like, damn, man, I got to be thinking, like, is this the enemy or this is is this a threat or is this not? Then it's like, you got to look at every situation like that because it's iffy. It's iffy, man. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you meet a crowd of people. They all, they all 100. They all solid. But then you can meet some folks and then they look solid, but they not. See, this is why, bro, I understand the craziest thing is that we're conditioned. See, we're raised, we're conditioned to think when we look at something, it is what we see. No, it's not always, bro. You could look at a car on the outside and say, oh, that's a nice looking car. It's on 30s. Damn, that motherfucker nice. It got candy paint on it, swine in the seats, all the little stuff, leather, interior, whoop-de-woo. But then when you pull the hood up, no oil change, engine is on his last legs. But it look good on the outside. It's in them moments, bro. Yeah, it look good on the outside, but what about the inside? And you got to watch both, bro. You can't just focus on what's in front of you, bro. You got to look at the whole picture. Because the whole picture, what's so good about having a nice picture of fucking Kool-Aid? On the outside, it's all shiny and you want to drink some because you looking on the outside. You like, damn, that shit, sparkly fucking picture. And then you might look on the outside and get deceived. Ain't shit up in the cup. But because you believed there was something in there, it makes you think the inside is just as good as the outside. That's how they get you, bro. That's how they get you, bro. Because your eyes, bro, what I'm trying to explain. Your eyes can do two different things. Your eyes can open and your eyes can close. You can live and you can die. See? You go to sleep, wake up. And this is the thing. Your eyes open and your eyes can close, but when you close your eyes, what do you see? Nothing, right? Can you see yourself? Could you see yourself when you talk, right? No, only when you look in the mirror. So you only can see your reflection. You can only see your reflection in the mirror, bro. Because that's the real you. It's cold-blooded. You wonder why you can't see nobody else's face, so why you trying to be somebody else when you can only see yourself in the fucking mirror, bro? That's why I be telling people, like, bro, you got to think outside the goddamn box. Because people are going to try to box you in because they don't want you to know shit, bro. And that's why people would tell you got to go pay for some shit. Go to the oil. Yeah, man, you need an oil change. Yeah, you got to go down to the dealership, man, and get one done. No, you don't. You're going to pay them people $100-something fucking to do something you could do yourself. But because you're thinking inside the goddamn box, you don't think you could go do it. That's how you got to start looking at people, bro. Fuck what it look like. Oh, yeah, you sound nice. But how are you inside, bro? Oh, is that the real? Oh, are you really, really like that? Is the question. It ain't for them to answer. It's for you to see it first. You got to know who somebody is before you meet them. It's cold-blooded, bro. You got to know, see, it ain't, people think it's about the other person explaining who they are. No. People think, oh, it's about the other person showing who they are. No. You got to know who they are before you shake their hand, bro. And guess what? If you don't know, then you got to what? Watch them. That's why I said you got to check your observations. Because you can trust observations, but you can't sit there and listen to words. Anybody can say anything. What you gonna think? Oh, they nice because they sound nice? No, it don't work like that. You might look at a person, damn, their shoes is untied. Can they still walk? Can they still walk without their shoes being tied? Some can, some can't, right? Well, think about this. What I'm basically saying is, I'm not trying to confuse nobody, but the whole thing is that you have to know that anything's possible, bro. Stop trusting what you can see and only what you can see. Because your ass will get, man, listen, bro, you will become food like that, bro. Both FOOL and FOOD. It hit different. See, when you get to know somebody, you ain't even got to know their name. Nope. You ain't got to know their name. You'll find out later as you get to know them. Bro, it's so crazy because you could literally introduce yourself and a person give you a fake ass name. What's your name? My name Bo. Well, can I see your ID? No, you can't. Okay, so you don't want me to know the real you. So who am I meeting? The facade. Off the rip, the person trying to deceive you off the rip. Just by saying the wrong fucking name, bro. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like, bro, when you get cold at this shit, bro, you gonna be on fire, bro. You're going to be on fire with your awareness, bro, because as soon as somebody start off like this, they're starting off on the wrong foot, bro. Don't trust them. You didn't even get their real name. You didn't even get their real name. But what you did was you believed what they told you because you believed the story. You believe the story before you believe the person. The only way you really gonna know somebody is you got to watch them, bro. You got to observe. Just like if you had a pet snake. No, you got to watch them. See, you wouldn't even want to take that snake home with you if you don't know how it moves. You like, oh, somebody else holding the snake telling you it's a nice snake. That's with you. I got to watch this snake. See, I got to watch and see how it moves to make sure, okay, it's safe to bring this home with me, bro. It ain't going to happen overnight. Because a snake will move different with different people, bro. It's cold-blooded, bro. But you have to expect it, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. You got to expect it instead of assuming that somebody is nice because they look nice, because they sound nice, because they dress nice, because they know. It's like Deuce is wild. It's like a person can be abstract. That's how you know a person could be deceitful and be what? And be themselves doing it at the same damn time to where they could be fake and phony. They could be this way. It's like you got to know this, though. You got to know that, damn, it's a chance this person could be fake. How do we know what we're actually seeing if that's really like that, bro? Not everybody is doing something and they're really like that, bro. See, can't do something one day and be like, oh, yeah, he worked on a car on Monday, so yeah, he's a mechanic. No, he's not. He might not be a fucking mechanic, bro. You only seen him working on the car one day. Now, if you see him do this all the time, that's different. But you see how the difference is much more believable when the person is consistent. Now you see, oh yeah, you've been working on, I've been seeing you working on cars quite a bit. It ain't for them to, look, it ain't for them to tell you it though. You saw it yourself. So you know who they are before you shake their hand, bro. You have to know who they are. Oh, what's up, man? What's up, mechanic? What's up, dude? Oh, yeah. How do you know that? Oh, I've been watching you. He ain't even got to tell you who the fuck he is. You already know. See? You don't give a person a chance to introduce themselves because you might just be what? You might just get met with their illusion and their facade, bro. You can't just go along with their story of who they are, bro. Then people start exaggerating, lying, trying to make themselves sound bigger than what they are. It's all kind of shit, bro. See? Because remember I said, if you talk too much, you're going to start, see? You're going to start going off in different directions, bro. See? Okay, so, okay. Somebody said 6'7". Now, another thing is, like I say, you notice when someone's energy changes, like I say, after they get around the other person. Now, here's to break that down. When this particular thing happens, you wonder why you start trying to gauge the friendship. As if you start questioning the friendship before anyone else notices. It's crazy that you would want somebody, see, a lot of times you're given the answer as to what's going to happen before you start questioning it. Sometimes you think it's you. That's the difference. You think it's you thinking like, oh man, is the friendship about to end? Oh, is this person about to do such and such? But it's because you saw their energy change. The energy change shows you what's going to happen, bro. Remember I said, what do you think is about to be delivered? Not the pizza, the betrayal. See, energy is supposed to be the same from day to day. You see the person Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But somebody else comes along and now the whole pattern, what? It changes. The behavior changes. What changed? The energy towards you is one way. So you felt that, oh, this was the real energy. But now another person comes in the equation. Now their energy is completely different. So what changed? The person doesn't value you the same. See, that quick, that right there, that sudden change in movement, going back to the snake, nah, you can't trust that shit, bro. See, that's why I be telling people, bro, be careful who you call friend. Now, here's the thing. You start, like I said, you start questioning the friendship. Okay, so boom. You remember how somebody made you feel years ago, okay? So now when that person try to come back in your life, you don't trust them anymore. Or you feel that it will be difficult to do so. See, trust, bro, is everything. That's why you don't wait for the other person to you don't let them try to tell you who they are. Because when they do so, they're trying to convince you. See, they're trying to convince you with the story they tell you, hoping you'll buy the story. But that's why I be telling people like, bro, you can't do that. See, what they're trying to finesse you for, rob you for, is your trust. It's like, hey, how can I get to your trust faster? How can I get you to trust me? Well, here, let me tell you who I am. And they're going to tell you everything you want to hear to make you feel comfortable trusting them, bro. Other than giving you time to see it yourself, to see for yourself. It'd be a better thing if a person say, well, hey, well, after you get to know me, you'll see. Yes, I'll see that, hey, you're really like this and who you really are. Okay. Now, another thing is that you sense when someone is being polite instead of genuine. See, see how dangerous that right there is, bro. Oh, you were just being polite. Oh, but it wasn't real. Okay. Some slick shit, right? So here, you pull away from relationships that might have benefited from a what? Direct conversation. That's why I be saying, bro, it's not good for you to sit with people and sit there and listen to them talk about, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm that. And, you know, as far as they're, you know, when you get to know someone and you don't know nothing about them, they don't even let you talk. They don't want you to talk. See? Because they don't want you, you know, pulling your own observation of the current situation going on between you and that person. They don't want you to figure them out. Now, another thing is you notice when someone avoids eye contact, okay, during important conversations. So that's why the suspicion can grow even when it's like, even if there may be another explanation, you're like, oh, it's suspicious. Now I don't trust it now. See, it's everything I'm mentioning, man, it's crazy, bro. Like, when you sit there and think about this shit, bro, then you start realizing, like, damn, man, it ain't really that easy to just be like getting to know people, bro. Even if you really wanted to get to know someone, bro, it's not that easy, bro. Especially like with dating, it's even harder than it ever was, bro. See, now you can look into a situation where, like I say, you notice who reaches out when they need something. So if you ever feel used instead of feeling valued, there you go. You would know that you will feel the difference, bro. You will feel the difference when somebody offers something for you for a change, or, you know, invites you somewhere and they do the driving, they do the buying, they do whatever. But if you feel like, oh, damn, I'm always the one being asked to do something, I'm always the one being borrowed from, or someone needs this from me, and it's all they ever do to you, well, that person's just using you. Now, you catch patterns in how people treat other people, not just yourself. So boom, you become cautious around them. Always, this is the easiest test, bro, is to catch the pattern of somebody else and how they treat other people. I did this the other day. I did it with a Pisces. And remember, I told you I had to stop talking to him because I watched how he treated other people, bro. What makes you think they're going to treat you any different? They're not, bro. They're going to treat you the same way. See? Because it's like, if you watch somebody treat other people like shit, oh, but with you, they like, you like, damn, you did dude kind of bogus there. You call this person a bitch, but you just shook their hand. Or, oh, you start sneak dissing. Oh, you were just talking to them all cool and like y'all was cool and shit. What changed? Your energy just shifted. So their energy will shift with you too. People do this shit all the time. They'll be kicking it with somebody, and then the moment they pull away from that person, they leave. Oh man, fuck that dude, bro. Fuck that nigga, bro. Yeah, I don't really like dude like that. Well, why you was just hanging with this person just a minute ago? What would you even come over there for? And it's like, when they do that shit, scares you, because it's like, damn, he'll do the same thing to me. I ain't no different. And that's why I be saying that's the easiest way to really see, you know, who somebody truly is, bro. Now, another thing is that you could tell when someone is emotionally checked out, bro. See, let's say you start to grieve the relationship before it's officially over, bro. You could tell when somebody ain't really all there. They're not really there. They're not serious. You could tell. You know this fake enthusiasm when the trust begins to weaken, bro. You could all listen. If you with somebody and they don't trust you, bro, you could feel it, bro. You could feel it before you see it, bro. It's what you can't see. So here, the person doesn't let you wait in the car. They don't let you come inside the house. They don't let you, you know, they got their phone in the car. They take the phone with them. If it's a female, she got her phone with her. Y'all together, but every time she switch rooms, she taking her phone with her. Oh, she just going to the bathroom. She take the phone to the bathroom. Oh, you don't trust me? I'm supposed to be your husband, but you won't even leave your phone, or she puts it face down on the table. She puts it on silent and put it face down on the table. Everything means something, bro. Every single action means something, bro. It ain't never no damn, oh, I just set my phone down. No, you didn't. You put it face down so I can't see it if it goes off, and it's on silent so I don't hear shit. Oh, but I just took my phone in the bathroom because I'm watching YouTube. But you do it all the time. That's the difference. See, you gotta, this is all I'm saying. Not for anyone to be paranoid. But what you want to do, once you catch the pattern, bro, it happened more than one time. That's all the facts you ever need, bro. Don't wait. This is why I said don't let them tell it, because they're going to lie to you. You already came up with your observation. You already saw what you saw. What more do you have to see? You got to get to know people first before you actually meet them. It's cold-blooded. Let them tell it, they're going to lie to you. Think a person going to sit there and say, yeah, I'm a bad person? Don't trust me? No. They're going to be like, oh, I'm a good person, bro, man. I really like see people. I like seeing people win and woo-de-woo. And yeah, man, I ain't, you know, I'm a great person, bro. You know, you talk to my, you could ask such and such. They're going to lie on the G, on bro, on this, on phone them. They're going to put these words and say stuff to make you believe it before you see it, before you feel it. All to gain your trust early. The handshake is the #1 snake move, bro. What up, bro? What up? What up with you? Yeah, my nigga, bro. You can't trust that shit, bro. That don't mean nothing. You shook my hand. We ain't cool. Let's be realistic. Nobody wants to accept reality and accept it for what it is. We don't know each other. What you shaking my hand for? Because you want me to trust. Listen, you want me to trust you. That's why you shaking my hand like that. People are desperate for trust, bro. You can't listen. People won't trust your trust before respect. They don't give a shit about no damn respect. They want you to trust them so they could take off on you. That's why with me, I ain't shaking no hands. Nope. Because I like sanitizer. Don't touch me. We ain't friends. I don't do no fast shit, bro. See, the snake, I'm gonna tell you how the snake gets away with his favorite move, the snake move, is by doing something fast. So you don't catch him. So you don't catch the truth, bro. So you don't catch on to reality. The reality is you don't know me. What makes you think you could trust me? You don't know me. And every single person that trusted a snake got punished, bro, because of it. Why would you make the snake your pet if y'all don't even know each other like that? You setting yourself up to be betrayed. You setting yourself up to get bit. You do not know that snake, bro. What makes you think you could trust it? You can't trust the outside appearance of something, bro. Just because, oh, it looks cool. Oh, because it looks nice. Oh, because it looks this. Deception is so, man, been going on for centuries. It's been going on forever, bro. A deception is how folks get killed, bro. You thought it was one thing and it was a whole nother thing that you was not even paying attention to, bro. Why? Because you didn't see it. You didn't feel it. But because you didn't see it and because you didn't feel it, guess what you did? You trusted it, bro. You trusted it because you didn't think nothing different of it, bro. You accepted it as it was presented to you because that person, that's all they wanted you to believe about them. That's why they showed you the fake shit about them. Always wait. Somebody trying to sell you some shit. And man, I gotta think about it. The facade is not the deception. A person that's deceptive, they don't want to wait for shit, bro. It could be a man selling a fucking candy bar for a fucking $1. And you tell him, hey man, let me think about it. I get back to you tomorrow. What would be his response? Well, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't probably gonna have no more. Well, hey man, if you got something left, I'll catch you tomorrow. He just wanted you to hurry up and trust his word for it and buy that shit, bro. They do that shit so you don't got time to think, bro. A man walk in the barbershop and shake hands with everybody. Now, coming to you, he reaches out his hand and says, what's up, bro? What you gonna do? Nah, bro, I don't know you. Oh, a lot of people are afraid to do that. Now, he should accept reality, right? Oh, that's cool. I don't know you. But now he offended because you didn't believe the deception. You be fighting with folks not because, oh, you did something disrespectful. It's because you didn't buy into the bullshit they were on, bro. You didn't fall for the game. That's why the person, now y'all get into it, because now that person is exposed, bro. Not for who they are, not for who they are, but for who they trying to be. It's almost like you caught them. You put them back in their body. You took the battery out of their pack, out of their back, to the point where now, oh, you can't see when somebody does something so fast in a hurry without getting to know you first, then why are they shaking your hand? Because they trying to get you to believe something other than what? Than who they really are, bro. That's why I be telling people, bro, this is something that you really gotta like practice, because like I said, it's not easily done, especially if you've been operating a certain way for so long. But that's why I be telling people, like, you know, be careful, because you just can't trust everything you see, bro. Like, let me see. I mean, TDK, I feel like manners is an illusion, bro. Ain't, because this is a thing, bro. Do you think everybody is nice? Do you think everybody is nice? Manners, bro, is control, bro. It's control. Cause, bro, you only listen, bro. I ain't gonna even go off into that, because I feel like that's like that ain't even nothing to think about, bro. You should already know that shit, bro. Manners, unless you just trolling, but yeah. He said family turned Judas the fastest. Yeah, like I say, with Judas, man, it's just like, yeah, definitely a person will literally, you could have somebody like a Judas in your circle and not even know it. The craziest thing is this. Nobody really knew who Judas was, bro. But here's the funniest thing. What did he love? What did he, put it like this? You gotta find out, what do people really want the most, bro? And once you find out what they love the most, what they want the most, that right there gives the real them away. Oh, because with Judas, he loved money. He loved money so bad that he would do anything for it, bro. Now, do you think you could trust somebody like that? No. So he sold Jesus for what? A few shekels of silver, bro, which is like the shekels of silver that he sold them out for wasn't worth nothing. But because he loved money, he loved money more than Jesus, bro. Got to find out what people really love, bro, because they will literally do you in for that shit, bro. Could you imagine somebody sell you out for $5 fucking, bro? It ain't even about the $5. It's about the money. A lot of people would do anything for money, bro. They don't give a damn if it's $25. They'll go do some fuck shit for that shit, bro. Turn on their own mans for 25 or $250, bro. That's why I tell people, some people very opportunistic. Some people are just selfish like that. Some people just, like I say, just don't give a fuck, bro. Find out what people really want, bro, because you never know. That could be you. Somebody turn on you for a bag, and it's like, damn, dude, you ain't a loyal until you get something you really love. Some people love women. They'll do anything for a woman, bro. As soon as some opportunity arises, they gonna do it. If y'all friends, they is not gonna stay friends for that woman, bro. You got some guys, they'll get a woman and then they'll, you know, get ready to stop talking to their homies and shit just to be with that girl every day. And it be situations like that just shows you they love that situation more to the point over their friends, you know. So everybody's different, but damn, you know, you could be friends with that person for years until they get what they really want. So so another thing, he said my brother's not my keeper. Facts. I mean, cause you like it's just really, like I say, it's really sad about how things really are out here. Oh, excuse me, y'all. So another thing is this. Okay, so you notice when somebody's priorities change. Okay, now let's say you could feel left behind in such a way. So let's say somebody was like getting with you, hanging with you, y'all was going to hoop or do something, and then all of a sudden it stops. Then boom, that means you're no longer, you know, being prioritized by that person. So that's a sign for you to know that, hey, you know, you can't stick around. In other words, now you could feel tension in the room before anyone mentions it. See, so here this could cause emotional exhaustion. Now you also notice who supports you privately, not publicly. So like, let's say you got a certain type of friend or a person you know that'll only do stuff privately, but then publicly that they don't do nothing, act like they don't know you. See, so this could lead to you just questioning the whole depth of the friendship. Like, is this really real, or you know, where you got to watch everything. See, it's just like, that's why I say it's not for you to worry though. It's not like, oh, you got to be worried about these things. It's just you got to watch for these things because it's always more than what you actually, you know, what you actually see. It's more than what you actually see. That's what's in front of you. Okay. Another thing is, if you notice a conversation becoming one-sided, that's another red flag. So, like I say, that can make you stop opening up altogether. Now, I would say another thing is when it comes to those chances, because oftentimes you could give people one last chance. So I just recommend you don't do this because the person is going to mistake your patience for unlimited tolerance. See, you don't want to never be feeling like, oh, you tolerating some shit. And then most people feel like, you know, oh, you get one chance. That's what they take it as. Now, once you see when the respect of a situation slowly fades, you eventually just, you know, will walk away from that point. Now, I would say, okay, I'm gonna go to the next thing now. So we covered that mostly. Another thing I will say really quick is that you learn as a Pisces. I'm gonna tell you a crazy thing about being a Pisces as well, because you learn that not every relationship is meant to last, bro. It's not meant to last, bro. And I'm gonna tell you, it's because like when it comes to growth, you could be with somebody right now, bro, and once you experience that growth, it might be time to leave that person alone. You can't take everybody with you where you're supposed to go, bro, meaning your purpose. So regarding growth sometimes comes through letting go, bro. Because nobody got time for their weight, bro. So another thing, as I said, you realize your intuition is only the one part of the picture, bro. So there, it's like you cannot act only on assumptions because they can damage, you know, good relationships, but ignoring repeated patterns can also keep you in unhealthy ones. See? So the healthiest part is to pair your instincts with honest communication and clear boundaries. So that's why I tell people that, bro, because like it's the boundaries, bro, is the situation that's it's hard, bro. it's hard to set boundaries. That's why I say, like, it's hard to set boundaries because of your intuition. Okay. And your intuition will guide you, but then, like I say, awareness is much stronger. So you can't always just rely on full intuition. You got to actually see the whole picture, bro. You got to look at the whole picture. And I'm gonna explain it because, like, a lot of times people don't know with the whole boundary situation. All right. Now, I will say that let's say you set a boundary because the energy changes, okay? Now, what changed? The energy, but how do you know that? Because you were paying attention. So instantly, you would end up setting a boundary because you picked up on that. Now, here's the thing. Do you respond first? No. You won't respond first to this. So you become more observant, if anything, because you gotta know how to respond. That's powerful because, bro, that's why sometimes you don't be quick to say nothing, Pisces. Sometimes it's crazy because you be like, you probably get to a point where you feel like cat got your tongue and you realize, like, dog, man, this person, the energy just changed in the situation, but damn, you end up getting quiet, but you set the boundary, but you just don't say nothing yet because you're trying to figure out how do you respond to this shit. Here's the secret. Sometimes you don't. It's meant for you to walk away from it instead. See, I always say this, man, because sometimes everything don't take for you to get into an argument or you having to owe someone a response, bro. See, some stuff is just for you to know, and that's it, and walk away from it. Now, another thing, when people be saying they're good, I'm fine, nothing's wrong, woo-de-woo, but their actions keep saying otherwise. See, so here, you will end up setting a boundary. And the boundary will be to what? Watch the actions, not the words. So when I say the boundaries get dissolved, it's because you're watching. So that's why I said Pisces dissolve all boundaries, because the intuition gonna say the same shit. The intuition gonna tell you ahead of time. The only reason you set the boundary is so that you don't respond. So you don't entertain it. Because it's one and done. The cycle ends. As soon as you catch it, bro, you cut it off. I don't want to know how it happened and why and whoop-de-woo. Gone. One and done. See, but this is the thing. Sometimes the boundaries are the lessons. Because every time something happened to you, Pisces, crazy as it sounds, you say, next time I'm going to be on point. Then something else happened. Next time I'm going to do it like this. Next time I ain't going to say shit. Next time I'm going to just do me. Next time I'm going to just go to the gym. Next time I'm going to just be in my man cave playing my game. Next time I'm going to just do this. And you don't even know that you've already set a boundary. And the funny thing is, you don't need to respond to nothing from nobody that does some fuck shit to go against it. Intuition already told you what to do, so now you already set the boundary. I ain't doing that no more. Now, here's the thing. Let's say somebody always lies to you, repeated broken promises, bro. Then you end up setting the boundary, Pisces. Trust is rebuilt through consistency. So when somebody shatters the glass, do they get a pass? No. I got to see trust. Not for one day, the rest of the way. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, just as much as it took me to trust you, that's how long it's going to take to get it back. You're not willing to go the distance, get the fuck out my face. See? That's why I say the boundary gets set. As soon as, I'm telling you, as soon as you do the bullshit, the boundary gets set. And this is for people that be saying Pisces ain't got no boundaries. Pisces got boundaries. They're just dissolved. You can't see them because they're clear boundaries. The only time you see the boundary when you learn your lesson. It's cold-blooded. Now you be like, oh shit. Because people forget that Pisces are a karmic sign, bro. I didn't choose to be your punishment. But now I'm your punisher, and it's like, well, hey, this is how it's going to go down. And now that's why people, every time it gets to this point, the cycle ends. And it don't repeat itself because the lesson, the boundary. That's why they can't do it again. And that's why they don't want to deal with another Pisces. Let that sink in. Oh, yeah, by the way, you know I'm a Pisces. Oh, hell no. No. Because last time this happened. Oh, so you ran into a boundary. Okay, well, at least you learned your lesson. See? Now, here's another thing. Mixed signals, okay? So when you're going left, you're really going right, and vice versa. So here, the boundary, when it gets set, you start asking for clarity instead of guessing. See the boundary ends up cutting them off, bro. You just got smart at how to deal with them instead of react to them. So you're not sitting there, guessing. You start to ask for clarity instead. Right when the bullshit happens. See, somebody only calls when they need something. How do you stop them? You set the boundary. See? Because now you start protecting your time and your energy. You can't use me if I'm protecting my time and my energy, because I'm not giving you none. It's cold-blooded. Now, another thing is that you feel emotionally drained after every interaction. What happens? The boundary gets set. Now, you start spending less time in situations that leave you exhausted. It never happens again. Nothing happens again once you set the boundary. Setting a boundary cuts off the pattern, stops the behavior. See? So here, if you notice constant criticism, what happens? You set the boundary and you stop normalizing what? Disrespect. But you got to know what disrespect means. You got to know what it looks like. You got to know what it feels like. First, you have to know that. You have to know what disrespect is before you recognize it. But then when you normalize it, that's how it sneaks in. Most time people let people get away with what they say instead of holding them accountable. That's how it happens. So let's say you always have to explain yourself to somebody after you said it once. Nah. We ain't saying it 2 and 3 times. I said it already. See? So here is the thing. You end up setting a boundary because the healthy relationships don't require endless defending, bro. See, that's why I say, bro, dissolving all boundaries is the fact that your boundaries could be bullshit. See, because everybody's boundaries is not the same, bro. Now, another thing, you keep forgiving the same behavior. All of a sudden, the Pisces sets the boundary. Forgiveness doesn't mean accepting the repeated disrespect. So now, this answers your question to, well, damn, why was the Pisces this certain way towards me? Because they set the boundary. They set the boundary, dummy. You thought it was sweet. You thought it was a game. When that Pisces was being quiet, you didn't read. You didn't see the boundary, right? No, I didn't see it. Did you feel it? Well, yeah, I felt something was off. How? Oh, he wasn't talking to me no more. Well, what did you say to him? Well, I was calling him a bitch, and yeah, I was being disrespectful. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Okay, then. Now just turn around and go out the door and don't let it hit you on the way out. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you asking me this for? Are you dumb? Are you an idiot? So this is the lesson. See, a lot of people, they do not want to break down and say, oh yeah, he has a boundary there. Oh yeah. They don't want to respect you, but they want to act like they didn't see some shit when they caused it. So they would say, oh, Pisces, you're okay? Are you all right? No, bro, you know what you did. You know exactly what you did. See? Now, another thing is that your peace disappears every time they're around. These people come around and your peace says, hey, I got to go. I got to catch a flight. I got to go. I got to get out of here when these people come around. So when you set the boundary, pay attention to how relationships affect your well-being, bro. If you don't feel good when these people come around, you don't still feel that same peace before they arrive, set the boundary. See? Another thing is this. So, there's a lot of bugs in here. So another thing is when Pisces, you have to trust your gut more than words, bro. See, I'm gonna tell you, the intuition protects you from the illusion and the facade at the same time. And all you got to do is listen to it. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is listen to your intuition. And I'm telling you, like, if you don't listen to it, then your eyes will never adjust to know where to set the boundary. Because the boundary is supposed to protect you into giving the other person control. See? And that's why I be telling people is like, just trust your intuition, bro. Don't question it. Because, bro, the worst thing that can happen is that illusion and that facade, bro, will end up reminding you that you was right. But hey man, they still gonna work on you. They still gonna put a pounding on you. But it's like, yeah, you was right. But we already knew you wasn't gonna listen. See? So it's like, well, you can't trust what you see. You gotta trust what the intuition shows you first. Because the intuition, I'm telling you, it's a reason why you don't trust the words first. Because I'm telling you, that's how deception, that's how it starts, bro. Is what's being presented to you and whether or not you believe them. Not because of them, but because the story they told you, because that was the story they wanted you to believe. See? And I tell people that. So here, I will say that The reason why the intuition is there, I'm going to tell you, is there to show you not to trust the words. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the words start the patterns, bro. You think the person just came up with this when they said, yo, you know, I'm a cool person, and they done said that same shit to probably thousands of folks before you. And the only thing that still gives them hope and confidence to keep saying it and keep using the same move is because it worked on somebody before you. Pattern. A person will keep using the same wrestling move as their finisher if it works. Why would they change it up? Why would they switch it up if it's been working for them? So here's the thing. The boundary. Where do you think the boundary comes from? The intuition. Who protects you? The intuition or the boundary? The intuition. But the boundary, the intuition tells you where to put the boundary. That's why nobody can see it in plain sight. That's why I say you're surrounded by what? Boundaries with Pisces. But yours, you can't see yours. Yours get dissolved. Pisces takes over because of hidden enemies. Pisces doesn't have to worry about hidden enemies because they can't get to them. Even if they try, bro, the intuition already set the boundary, set the boundary, set the boundary. All you got to give is lessons. See? So all of a sudden, the enemies think, oh, we trying to get your trust, Pisces. But why you don't trust us? Why you won't let us in? They stop right there with that lesson right in their fucking face. If you ain't coming correct, don't come at all. See? Because you're not invited. So that's why I'm telling you that the illusion is people think you really going along with someone when you already done set the boundaries already, bro. You already done set the boundaries. You're 10 steps ahead, bro. By the time they find out, it's too late, bro. Pisces got they little life jacket on. They hope you got yours on because they ain't going, bro. See? Now, here's the thing. Why you do not trust words, bro? First, why you don't trust words? I'm going to tell you why. Because the first lie changes everything, bro. And I'm going to tell you, a lie is like this, bro. Once you believe one lie, you're cooked. All it takes is one lie to fuck the whole fucking thing up, bro. Based off whether or not you believed it. If you take one lie from one person, you're cooked. That's just how vicious and dangerous it is to accept a lie. So that's why you have to trust the patterns. The pattern is related to the actions of that person. So you are only going to be really that person that does something from day to day to day to day to day to day to day. That's who you really are. Wherever the pattern is, that's the real you. It's cold-blooded. But the only way you get to that reality is you have to know that they had what? An illusion and a facade. See, now your whole freaking perspective has changed. You didn't know, now you know. See? That's why I tell people, so here, that's why trust has to be rebuilt, bro. And that's the boundary. Why would we have, see, if it was no such thing as lies, we wouldn't have to worry about intuition and trust and all this stuff. Wouldn't be no boundaries. Wouldn't be no boundaries. But that's only if you think it don't exist. And what does that? Compassion. See, that's why I said, Pisces, your worst enemy is to dissolve them, bro. When you dissolve all boundaries, then you start seeing everybody and everything's potential first before getting to know the person. See? So that's why I say the powerful thing is after you've been shown who they really are, you start to see their potential. See? That's why I say you can't save everybody. Now, that's one thing. Now, another thing is that respect it ain't negotiable. It's not negotiable. See? Because I'm going to tell you something. When you set the boundary, once that respect disappears, the distance follows, bro. If somebody don't respect you off the rip, the distance follows, bro. They're never going to. They're never going to. Why would they? If you accepted it, it's cold-blooded. That's how important that you have to set a boundary from the start, bro. Before you even meet somebody, bro. Now, people show their real character under pressure. That's why I always say press them first before you shake their hand, bro. Put their ass in the fire first, not physically. Disclaimer, not saying throw them in the fire. I'm saying put some pressure in the situation. Find out what makes them tick. Because listen, once you put somebody under pressure, now you get to see the real them. And here's the thing. Watch how they handle the stress under pressure. Because that's the real them, man. A person be acting like they gangster, then I'm not telling y'all to do this, but if you test them under pressure, have you and your boys put on ski masks and say, yo, put the hands up, put the hands up. And you will see the real him. You'll see the real him. He tense all up and but he in front of y'all all day, every day saying how tough he is and gangster and how he done shot and killed and whoop-de-woo. But now y'all was just playing with him and he crying and shit and doing everything but what he said. Words fall on deaf ears, bro. Words ain't shit, bro. People can say all kind of stuff and it's not like that, bro. See, they only saying all of that to get you to believe the lie. See, now, this is the thing that I'm going to talk about in regards to awareness, bro. Hopefully, this opens your mind even a little bit more wider, okay? Now, the reason I say it like that is because this is the thing, bro. The facade is on the run, bro. The facade is always there. And so is the illusion. But the facade is something that nobody really pays attention to. That's why it exists for so long. Now, here's the thing. Everybody got masks, man. Funny, we was talking about Halloween earlier. Everybody got masks, bro. Everybody. Let that sink in. So real, what you talking about? Everybody got masks, so do we got to set a boundary about that? Yes. Because here's the thing. You have to pay attention to who they are over time, bro. Over time, bro. Not just on day one, bro. Remember, the mask cannot be worn every day because it's uncomfortable to be something that you're not. It's stressful. It's hot. You get uncomfortable wearing it, right? Let that sink in. See? So boom. Watch how they treat people that they don't need. Because people will use you until they have no use for you, right? So they're going to treat you a different way according to if they need you or not. So boom. Is there a boundary for that? Yes. So here, that is often more revealing than how they treat you. That's more revealing than how they treat you. Just watch how they treat other people that they don't need. See how you could get around deception? You could maneuver around deception. You could maneuver around the illusion. But what you got to do is add somebody else in the equation. And people do this all the time because the placebo gets what? Worked on a mouse before it gets put on a human. So just watch how they treat somebody else to find out who they really are much faster. It's cold-blooded. And then check your observations. And when the shit ain't adding up, so are they. So are they. Guess what? You ain't even got to ask them shit about who they are. You saw it for yourself. And they don't even know. They don't even know you saw the real them. How did you see the real them? Through the boundary. It's cold-blooded. You can't see the Pisces saw it out the window. And you ain't even see the fucking boundary. You ain't even see the Pisces saw the real you through the boundary they set. So real, what you saying? Are you saying that the boundary is a mirror? Of course, it's cold-blooded. Once the Pisces see you for who you are, they set the boundary so you can see yourself clear. Bro, let me stop, bro. I feel like, bro, I'm probably going over y'all head, bro. But look, boundaries are mirrors, bro. If the illusion looks in the mirror, then how good is the illusion? It takes the power away from it. It's not as strong as it appears to be. When it looks in the mirror, it's not as strong as it appears to be. Nobody likes listen. See, anything real can face everything because it accepts itself for who it is. But if it's not comfortable being real, it doesn't want to look in the fucking mirror to find out, to be reminded. That's why the boundary is the mirror. The reflection is the reality is in the reflection, man. You got to accept it as it is. It's cold-blooded, bro. It's what you can't see. Just proved it to y'all, bro. So here, jealousy usually leaks out in little ways first. Jealousy is like this, bro. You pour water in a leather bag and then you grab a knife and you poke holes in it. and then it starts leaking out. See? And then once it starts leaking out, Pisces, you set the boundary, right? Notice the repeated negativity instead of one-off comments. Repeated negativity are the holes in the leather. Meaning you can't hold on to jealousy even if you wanted to. Especially in front of a mirror. Because I can see it clearly because it's repeated negativity. See? It's repeated negativity instead of one-off comments. That's why I be telling people, stop playing with us, Pisces, bro. Stop, bro. Cut that shit out. Talking to you. And you. And you, and you, and you, and you. That's not a Pisces. Or maybe you are a Pisces. Maybe you tried a Pisces. Who knows? You know, if you know who I'm talking to, you will feel it. You ain't always got to see it, but you'll feel it. Now, here's the thing. Some people don't hate you. They hate your progress, bro. See how I say it ain't always in you? Hey, it ain't always on you. Sometimes it's in you, right? So here, the boundary protects your goals. See? Protect. And also, here's the lesson. I'm going to tell you. When people look in the mirror, they see themselves. They see their reflection, right? Boom. But it's two sides to a mirror. Two sides to a mirror. On the other side is the lesson. See, you see, Pisces, what to do, what not to do. The other person gets to see their reflection. See? So, boom. That's why you set the boundary, bro. And that's why Pisces always ends up reflecting back onto you without even trying. That's why I say a Pisces really don't got to do much. They ain't even got to do nothing. Most of the time, they will dissolve all boundaries because you can't handle it. Oh, well, real, what you talking about? What they can't handle? I'm lost. The truth. Reality. You don't want to look in the mirror because, oh, I'm afraid of myself. Well, isn't yourself the truth of who you are? Well, yeah, but I don't want to know that. And I don't want other people to know that. Well, it's too bad. See? So that's the thing. Now, if a person gossips about everyone else, when you set the boundary, assume they may gossip about you too. Why? Because it's the truth. It's what they're already been doing to everybody else. You're not exempt. See, you gotta understand a person's truth, bro. Even if it's something bad. Even if it's something you don't agree with. So that's another thing. Fake loyalty eventually exposes itself. Boom. Why? How does that happen? Well, Pisces, you end up setting a boundary. Loyalty is shown by actions, not words. See? It takes time to decide whether or not someone's loyal as time goes on. Well, damn, you've been doing this for quite some time. It's been about 3 months. You keep doing the same repeated what? Obviously, that's your truth. You don't need to get to know them to find this out. You don't have to hear it from their mouth. You could clearly see it first. You don't see, if you know somebody's stealing something out of your yard, you saw. You don't have to ask them, hey, sir, are you a thief? That would be stupid. You already saw them. So what you saw was the truth. See, you saw the truth. You didn't even have to ask that person anything. Why would you want to? Because they're going to lie to you. And that one lie will tear everything up if you believe them. So that's why I tell people with that, Now, another thing, watch who disappears when you stop reaching out. This is one right here is genius, bro. If you stop reaching out and they never reach back, they were never for you, bro. It's cold-blooded. See how like this, look, you never know what you got till it's gone, right? You lose your dog, you reach back, you try to go find it. Because that dog meant something to you, right? But what if it didn't? You wouldn't give a fuck. And you wouldn't reach back out if you didn't really want the fucking dog to begin with. It's cold-blooded. Some people are glad you're gone. See, you got to see this stuff for what it really is, bro. Otherwise, you could get fooled trying to, oh, why would you reach back twice when the person didn't even reach back once? See, so that makes you set the boundary. Oh, your ass can't come back. Trust does not get rebuilt overnight anyway. Nope. Because the pattern is too what? The pattern is too strong. You've been doing this for quite some time. You're not going to change anytime soon, bro. See? So that's the one thing. Now, watch who only calls when they need something. That's another one. See? Now, I will say, you have to watch who remembers what happened to you or what matters to you. Because like I say, a lot of things of what you see me saying to you is watch. Why am I saying watch so many times? Because you have to put boundaries here. Mirrors. You only gonna come into this high awareness is through the truth, the awareness. You will never be able to find out what you should be aware of unless you watch first. See, if you observe a spider, what else do you end up finding out? How it makes its web, how it eats, how it travels, how it moves. Just because you are locked in, you're paying attention. See? But then, does that mean you got to go up to the spider and say, hey, man, who are you? No. You already met him because you watched him already. You already know what he's doing. His behavior has shown you, his actions. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. You do not have to hear somebody explain nothing to you, bro. Only if you want to. But you got to know who they are before you shake their hand and meet them, bro. Because listen, what good would it be for them to sit there and tell you a bunch of nonsense and it's all lies? See, that's why I say you have to read in between the lies. See, you got to read in between the lies, bro. Because if you don't, you're cooked, bro. I would say this. I'm going to tell you a funny thing too. Pisces don't even want to hear your words, bro. That's the funny part. Pisces wants to see your actions because when the Pisces merge, that's the only thing that matters, your actions anyway. So boom. A Pisces will rather compare your words to your actions. See? To see if it's match. Hey, see a match. Because look, what's the point of having your words say something, but your body, your action, your energy does otherwise? So there ain't no comparison. See? Now, that's like your smile saying one thing and then your body language saying something different. See? Your story changes every time. Got to read in between the lies. And see, a lot of y'all thought I was saying repeat. A lot of y'all thought I was saying read in between the lines. No. I said read in between the lies. It's cold-blooded. And I say it like that because, you know, you guys know I'm very metaphoric, you know, the way I explain stuff. But I say read in between the lies because, bro, people, see, a lot of people think it take time to lie. It don't. People will rather lie first. They rather lie first because it's so easy for them to sneak them lies in through the cracks. So they hoping you will believe the lie in order to what? Gain your trust. So boom. When you read in between the lies, the energy changes around different people. You see the excuses keep repeating themselves. You promise but never follow through. Your eyes avoid eye contact. Your eyes avoid contact during serious conversations. You act differently when someone else enters the room. Your effort slowly disappears. Your compliments feel forced. You suddenly become distant without explanation. See, you only call when you need something. Everything of what I just mentioned is the lie, bro. But you gotta see in between the lies and see why they lying. It's cold-blooded. You gotta see why are they lying to begin with. And I say that because, bro, they don't want you to know the truth, bro. They don't want you to know their truth about who they really are. That's why you got to watch them, bro. Because why do people lie? They fear the consequences. See? They know, oh, damn, if you knew the truth, you wouldn't even be talking. You wouldn't even want to talk to me. See? And the whole thing is, they think the truth will get them in trouble, bro. See how like ass backwards that is? They think the truth will get them in trouble. So one lie becomes several to cover the first one, bro. That's why you don't even believe the first one. Meaning you don't accept it. That's why I said you must know the person before you shake their hand and meet and greet. Because if you don't, guess what? You're going to be met with a lie, bro. Who does a lie belong to? The facade, bro. How do you get deceived? Through deception. It's cold-blooded, bro. And it's almost, I'm going to say what happens, okay? So the illusion is the story the person tells you. See? Is that, oh, I was this, I was that. You should do, the conversation. And while they doing this, they want to sneak in the deception. Now, the crazy thing is, as you watch them, here's the secret. Don't say shit. Let them do all the talking. And watch the fireworks. Because once you stop talking, oh, you start catching them lying. Then you see the illusion. Then they take a break and go back to the facade. Then all of a sudden, once you stop talking, they get nervous. Because why did he go quiet? Why isn't he saying anything? Oh, he must know I'm full of shit. You're damn right. It's cold-blooded. See, the facade likes to deceive. The illusion likes to look like something it's not. Oh, he got a nice suit on. He must be a businessman. That doesn't always mean anything. That's the illusion he's trying to project. That is the illusion he's trying to get you to believe about him or her. See, you got to know that we all have been deceived. We look at TV and we think everybody is one way or a certain way, but they're not always. See, now, people lie to protect their image, bro. That's why they want to control the narrative. So they want to look better than reality. But you can't do that. You can't look better than reality. You got to accept it for what it is. So what is reality? The real you. Your truth. See? So here, they want to look better than reality. So people eventually question their own credibility. It's cold-blooded. See? Another thing, they lie to avoid accountability. So owning up feels harder than denying it. And what ends up happening as a result? The trust weakens over time. See, you ain't nothing like, weak trust ain't nothing, bro. Now, they lie also to get what they want. They feel that it's easier that way than to tell the truth, right? So boom, money, attention, status, or a relationship, they understand that the relationships become transactional. They only use it for access. That's why I said the friend, the END at the end, a friend, of the word friend means that that person will sabotage the friendship for something they want. If they want that more, they're going to do you in for it. And you just don't know when. So people will use friendship for access, bro. They might have saw something they wanted, and guess what? They know I got to get access to you in order for me to get to use that or to get to that of which they want. See? Now, another reason why people lie is fear of rejection. So here, they're worried the real them won't be accepted. So they end up feeling they have to keep pretending to be something that they're not. Well, wait a minute, real? That sounds like the facade. Yeah, I know. See? And see, they lie also to keep control, bro. Well, real, you did say the illusion. Oh, that's what the person wants you to believe, that they're really like that with the clothes, right? Yeah. Oh, so they're trying to control me. That's why they use the illusion. So damn, if they're trying to control me and deceive me, then how do I protect myself from it? By being realistic. It's cold-blooded. Well, what if I don't know what if I don't know how to be realistic? Set boundaries. Well, how do I set them? Because do I got to go to Menards or Farm and Fleet? Can I go buy some wood? It's not them type of boundaries. You got to use clear boundaries. Well, how do I do it? Through the intuition. Well, what's that? You can't go to the store and buy no intuition. You got to listen to it. Well, I guess I don't know what you're talking about. And that's why your ass get controlled and deceived, because it's what you can't see that you got to trust first. See, that's why I be telling y'all, stop messing with Pisces, because guess what? Once we get to telling you about the intuition, you don't know shit about that. It's like saying, oh, I got to use karate. Well, hell, I've never been taught. I got to use something that I can't even see. Now you got to get help from the Pisces, because now you lost after, oh, this is boiling down to something I can't see. Well, now you're lying. Well, how am I lying? Because you knew the person was lying to you, or they lied to you, couldn't see that shit until you found out the truth, right? Oh, yeah, you're right. See, you have to know the truth, bro. First, before you even figure out what the lie is, you will never know what they lied about until you know the fucking truth. But guess what? You got to see the truth first. before you know what the fucking lie is. That's why I said, watch how they treat somebody else. Because then if it don't match as you compare it, they ass was lying. So that's why I say, they lie to keep control. Information becomes a way to influence situations. That's why I said, bro, we have these influencers on the day-to-day that fucking lie to you in your face, and people believe them. Anything can influence you, bro. Anybody, even situations can influence you. So boom, other people may just stop trusting them altogether, bro. Because the lie was meant to control you in order to gain your trust. See, that is cold-blooded, bro. All this shit happens because this person wants you to trust them, bro. So fast, in a hurry, so quick. And that's why, I'm gonna tell you why, because they're not willing to wait for you to decide. It's cold-blooded. Now, here's the thing. People lie also because of embarrassment. So they're ashamed of the truth. The truth oftentimes comes out later anyway. Why would the truth come out? Why does it always come out later? Why is it something you're not met with? See? Because people are afraid of reality, bro. They are afraid of themselves more than anything. They are afraid of how people really see them. They're afraid of, oh, I got to be my real self. See? So here, another reason people lie to impress others. See? They exaggerate accomplishments or experiences. That's why you do not give them the fucking floor, bro. Once you give a person the floor, now you're interviewing them, bro. That makes it even harder now, because now you really got to observe. But remember, I just told y'all the secret. With silence. No, oh, right. None of that. Nope. You just listen and watch. And it ain't going to happen overnight. See? So, boom. Expectations become impossible to maintain, bro. That's why I said people will do it. They will lie to impress others. People lie to avoid conflict. That's why you got to be sure of what you see. And you have to be sure, and you have to listen to your intuition. I'm going to tell you. People lie to avoid conflict because they think a lie will keep the peace. The issue usually resurfaces. You cannot hide the truth even if you wanted to, because it's not realistic, bro. It would always resurface, bro. So here's the thing. People lie because they want validation, bro. So they tell stories that make them look important. That's the illusion. See how you're met with the illusion and the facade because the lie. Oh, real, isn't the lie the bait? Yes. Well, what is the purpose of the bait? It's to gain your trust. To pull you in. See? To pull you in, to reel you in. Now, people also lie for several other reasons. They're insecure. They're jealous. Well, when you set the boundaries, this did the same thing. This showed you the same thing. No shit. That's why I said you set the boundaries to catch these things first. It's cold-blooded. See? They lie because they want sympathy. They lie because they don't want to lose someone. They lie because they're hiding another mistake. They lie because they want to fit in. They lie because they fear judgment. They lie because they want to look successful. They lie because they're avoiding an awkward conversation. They lie because they want to protect someone else. They lie because they don't trust the other person. They lie because they think the truth will make things worse. They lie because they want more time before telling the truth. They lie because they don't know how to admit they were wrong. They lie because they want to avoid disappointing someone. They lie because of one thing. It's a habit. They lie because it's a habit, bro. It's a pattern, bro. So they create an illusion. Just prove my theory again. So that's why Pisces doesn't want to fucking talk to you. Because they already know they're going to be met with a fucking lie. Every time. Don't even matter who the person is. Don't even matter. Family, or it could be family or friends or not. It could be anybody. Guess what? They're going to fucking lie to you. Every fucking time. But I just taught y'all how to not have to fish through it. Just set the boundary. And the boundary is going to reveal the truth every fucking time. See? So, some people have learned to lie automatically. And even if they want to lie, guess what? I'm going to keep automatically setting the goddamn boundaries. I'm going to keep setting the boundaries. And guess what? And you ain't going to never know where they are. You ain't going to never know where they are because I ain't finna tell you where they are. So, hey, don't even worry about it. That's why I tell people, bro, you can't fuck with Pisces, bro. Stop. You just can't. You can't, bro. You can't. People lie out of pride. People lie because they fear what? They have a fear of failure. People lie because they want to keep a secret. People lie because they want to avoid shame. People lie because they want more attention. People lie because they want to keep options open. People lie because they want to escape responsibility. People lie because they feel cornered. People lie because they want to maintain a reputation. People lie because, bro, I could go all fucking night with this shit, bro. As I go 4 hours a fucking day, bro. You got to read in between the lies. Not the fucking lines. If a person would lie about all this shit just to have a conversation. That's why you can't have a conversation with just anybody, bro. You gotta be selective. Bro, people lie because they don't want to hurt your fucking feelings. People lie because they want to hide weakness. People lie to avoid punishment. People lie because they want to seem more confident. People lie because they don't want to lose respect. People lie because they feel pressured. People lie because they want to keep the peace in the family. People lie because they don't want to admit that they changed their mind. People lie because they want to protect their privacy. People lie because they want to hold on to a relationship. People lie because they hope the problem will go away on its own. Too many fucking lies, bro. Of why. That's why you're not supposed to be asking why. You're not supposed to be responding to it. You just got to know they lying. You just not supposed to fall for the first one. To end the cycle means you do not let it happen again, bro. You do not let it happen again. One and done. You lie one time to a Pisces, that's it. You fucking lying. They're going to get defensive. No, I'm not lying. Oh, why you say I'm lying? I'm not lying. I'm not. Yes, you are. You are lying. Because now you just hold the mirror in their fucking face so they can see their reflection and know they ain't shit. When you hold that light in their face, they're going to see, oh, he's right. See, all you had to do was keep it real. How hard is it to just tell the fucking truth, man? You'll live a longer time if you just tell the truth. Okay, so boom. Here's the thing. Even when a lie starts with understandable motives, see, repeated dishonesty often damages trust, bro. That's why I said the objective of the facade and the illusion is to steal your trust, bro. And what you got to know is that it will damage. See, it will be damage for the lie to exist. So could you imagine if you accepted it? Because it will instantly damage the trust anyway. So, and if it's crazy, it starts with that. It starts off of that, hey man, what's up? The introduction between the two of you. That's why I be telling people, bro, you gotta stop it, bro. And see, I'm gonna tell y'all, like, how do you stop it, bro? How do you stop this shit? How do you, because yeah, you set the boundary, but you gotta know how to use it. You gotta know how to stop it. I'm gonna tell you, you can't completely stop somebody from lying. You can't. But what you can do, it's all about what you do about it. You don't gotta believe it. You ain't gotta believe it. See, don't even try to challenge them. Don't try to force them to make it be known that they got, because you could get hurt doing that. Don't say, oh yeah, well show me and I gotta see it. No. Just give it some time. Just say no. Walk away from it. No response. Do not accept the lie. Now I'm gonna tell you, lying is a choice, bro. Lying is a choice. See, it's intentional. I'm gonna tell you, here's the thing though. It's for you to recognize it first. It's for you to catch it right when it happens. Because if you don't, you're in trouble. Now, when it comes to rewarding honesty, this can alleviate the lying. See? So if a person know they could tell you the truth without being attacked, this can help. Mind you, it's not a guarantee that the lie is going to stop, but it can help, okay? Because that will make the person more likely to be honest. Another thing is to ask open-ended questions. So I'm going to tell you, when I was in college, bro, we put it like this. They basically taught us how to, ask, impromptu questions, open-ended questions in all different ways. And I'm going to tell you, the craziest thing is you ask open-ended questions, you give people space to explain instead of cornering them. It's cold-blooded. Instead of cornering them. So that's why I say it's all on how you act certain things, and based off of how you get the truth or not, that's how you do it. You gotta see, like I said, there's no guarantee that, hey, they could still be lying though. But at least you know what I'm saying? This can help, help. That's all it is, a little help. See, now you could pay attention to the patterns, but not one incident, bro. See, the whole pattern is the issue of them keep doing the habit. Because one inconsistency isn't proof, okay? It's not proof of lying. But repeated contradictions deserve attention, bro. See? You want to compare words with actions. Always do your observations, your comparisons. Over time, behavior tells you more than what? Than promises. Now, here's the ultimate thing. This is the funniest thing ever. Set clear boundaries. See? Because you know what the craziest thing of why people lie so much? Because you don't set boundaries. You don't set clear boundaries. It's easy for you to see what you set, but it's even better if you tell the person, if you show the person where your boundaries are, where you literally tell them, hey man, honesty matters more to me than more than anything. So please do not lie to me. I will be better if you just don't even talk to me if you're not going to be honest. You tell a person that up front, guess what? They ain't even want to talk to you because you said that shit if they're not being truthful. See? Because you already let it be known, hey man, this is my boundary. I don't want to talk. I don't have no conversation about it. If you're going to be lying to me, I don't want to talk to you. That's what you want to do. Verify important information. Don't rely solely on assumptions or intuition when the stakes are high, bro. And I did a video about that where I told, I said, you can't only rely on your intuition. You still got to set boundaries. See? Because a lot of times, if a situation is bad, like I say, it's already bad enough that the stakes are high. You got to be even more careful. So you just can't rely on just intuition. Now, you want to address concerns directly. If something ain't adding up, then basically what you want to do is ask the person calmly, see, rather than accusing them of something, because like I say, that could be a situation for people as to why they lie. Be willing to walk away from repeated dishonesty. It is not for you to argue. It's not for you to sit there and bring it to their attention. Obviously, you are aware, and they are too. Okay? Now, even if a person, like I say, the reason why you want to do this is to protect your peace, bro. See? That's the healthiest thing for yourself, the healthiest option. So, let me see. Yeah, definitely. Like, that's the thing. But it's like, the reason I'm giving y'all this info is because of like some Pisces, they might feel like crashing out, like, when they've been pushed too much, bro. But I'm just letting you know the safest way to handle it is the illusion that in that facade that you met with. That's like every time you talk to somebody, I'm telling you, they're gonna lie to you, bro. Whether they exaggerate their story, meaning like when you meet people, I'm saying like when you meet someone you don't know, okay? Not talking about like just people but even then, it's still capable. You got to know that even if a person is joking with you, if a person is doing something, they still are prone to lie. If they say something, and I just explained the reasons why. But it's like, it's very rare if someone was being truthful, bro. Because that person that's truthful has fully accepted who they are. Flaws and everything. And it's like, I understand why is that so hard for people. And like I say, if like even when you're dealing with other signs, the same thing, bro. The illusion and the facade. But it's like, if you deal with somebody that's like closed off, anytime somebody's not, open with you, you're going to see these things, bro. You're going to see them and you're going to feel them. But you got to move accordingly. Let me see. He said, I love you. Okay, yeah, okay, so another thing I mentioned too is when it comes to, okay, I'll say this. When we look at another thing I want to talk about is that when it comes to which sign do y'all think lies the most? Now, this is a controversial, situation, but people oftentimes say, oh, it's a sign that has, a sign that lies, but the line, like I say, it depends on the personality of the person, the values, the circumstances. But when it comes to the styles, okay, boom. Like a lot of people, for instance, with my sign, they say, oh, they notice inconsistencies. They say they notice changes in behavior. But as I said, changes in behavior according to boundaries being set. Because if I even see something that's not the same energy as I seen when I met someone, I'm gonna act different. I am not gonna be talking and moving the same way. So yes, that could be looked at as an an inconsistency of what I'm doing. Now, Scorpios, for instance, they are observant. We know them to be observant, but boom, they could be private. They could be private, like I say. So this could look a little fishy too. So that's why I'm not saying it's not my opinion, but I'm just saying like it could be a situation where they are being private and that could give off a suspicion. That could give off suspicion. But another sign is that and the only reason I said that because of that whole them being private and being interested in those motives below the surface. That makes sense of what you can't see. Now, Virgo oftentimes is linked to noticing details, inconsistencies, and factual errors. Okay, boom. Now, with Aquarius, they could be described as stepping back to analyze situations. Okay, and they would do this logically rather than emotionally. Now, here's the thing: when you look at signs that are prone, or I should say, are more likely, yeah, that's pretty much the same thing, to hide the truth. Okay, Gemini. See, because Gemini is adaptable. They have the adaptable communication. So boom, sometimes they could be stereotyped as the type of person that changes the story or perspective. So that's why I said it's hard for you to tell emotionally what the Gemini is currently doing, at least the mindset. Because boom, let's say, as I mentioned, if a Gemini don't give a F, you can't tell because they hide the truth. Now, another thing is, like I say, Scorpio. Scorpio hides the truth because they're private. See, they're private and selective about who they reveal the truth to. Now, with us Pisces, sometimes we hide the truth because sometimes if it's a harsh truth or to spare the feelings or just to simply escape a conflict, because not everything is worth arguing about, fighting over. So that's one thing. Now, Libra, sometimes they're stereotyped to telling the white lies to save face just to keep the peace. So even if Libra is into it with you, they're probably not going to want to be like publicly into it with you. See, they want to leave you with the impression that everything's all right because they want to save face. They care about their public image. Now, okay, so like I say, everybody lie different, bro. It's like if a person, that's why I say be careful, because it's like, could you imagine they could go talk to someone and then it's like y'all meeting for the first time and then it's like everything that person just said to you was not true. It's like the dude holding the door. It could be somebody at the library or something. Y'all just briefly had a conversation. How do you know what he said was actually the truth? You wouldn't know because you don't know him. And that's why I tell people, like, you got to watch. It take more getting to know and more time to see the consistency, from a day-to-day experience to know whether or not of what they said was actually the truth. Because maybe half the story was a lie. You never know. See? But I'll just tell people, like, don't waste your time trying to find out once you know that, hey, they're lying. See? It's like, don't sit there and just wait till they, or just sit there and take it all and just sit there and listen to it. Okay? Now let me see. Yeah, Misty said Scorpio would lie to get with Pisces, period. Facts. Yeah, definitely. But see, what hurts Pisces regarding Scorpio is the privacy that in regards to information. That put it like this: if a Scorpio has information that Pisces should know about, they probably wouldn't tell them if it was gonna, expose something or some sort of truth, or because, like I say, a lot of times if a Scorpio did something behind a Pisces back, for instance, they ain't gonna want to talk about nothing about that or lead up to it. See, so they could keep that situation private. So it's like I'll put it to you like this: a lot of Scorpios have a lot of private things, but they ain't finna tell it. They ain't gonna talk about it. Nope. See, and even they know, oh, they can't just be out here giving trust away just to anybody. So that should tell you something, because they realize that the mask. See, they're fully aware of the mask, and they know that everything beneath the surface is what you have to worry about, or that you have to be concerned about. Okay, so another thing I was gonna say is, like, with those illusions. Okay, so people. Okay, so the way I want to say this is that Pisces has illusions, and so do other people. But the whole thing is that, see, Pisces has different illusions because people look at Pisces and assume things, and that's usually what the illusion does best. But with Pisces, it's naturally done because it's not that the Pisces intent is to be malicious or to show you something that they are not. A lot of people believe Pisces to be a certain type of way because we don't get credit. So it's like, oh, the person may assume that, oh, you were nice and you were giving away something. Now it got people believing that, oh, you sweeter, like they could just get stuff out of you. So that's why I said that's an illusion. And people start finding out, oh, that's not true. Once they tried, they met with what? The clear boundary. Then they're like, oh, damn, I thought you was this nice person. And yeah, but that didn't mean I was gonna let you take advantage of me. Like, oh, and that's how some people could come at Pisces, because they looked at, they believed the illusion. Now, okay, so another thing I'm gonna talk about is the illusions. Okay, so the illusions of Pisces. Okay, I'll talk about that now. Now, I say this, okay, so a lot of times if a person's like, okay, if I love them enough, they'll change. Okay, boom. That's why Pisces, you gotta be careful. You gotta be extremely careful, bro, because you could think stuff about a situation. You might feel like, oh, if I love them enough, they'll change. See how that's an illusion. So always know that the illusion goes against reality, bro. Okay. So you always want to do what's realistic. You don't want to do, the illusion is that, oh, if you think if you do something different, oh, something will change. Okay. So if you say, if I love them enough, they'll change, you're creating an illusion that, oh, you got to do something different in order to make that person change. But that's not being realistic, see? And that can allow you to get hurt. So boom. The reality is that people usually change because they choose to. Meaning you can't control them, Pisces. You can't make them do it. Even though you be feeling like you can, just know you can't, bro. Because why? Reality, bro. Because you got to always go back to the truth. The truth is I can't. Even though I want to, I can't, bro, realistically. See? So that's why I say that. Now, another illusion, Pisces, that we oftentimes set and create is everybody got a good heart, right? But the reality is that some do and some don't. See how you got to accept the truth, even though it goes on both parties. Both parties got to accept the truth, you and the other person. Now, another illusion that us Pisces set and create is that we feel, oh, they'll appreciate me one day. And see, that could be sometimes, but they never do, is the reality. Now, the problem with this is that you got to know what the truth is. You got to know what the reality of the situation is, bro, to know whether or not you are creating an illusion. Think about you trying to do something with your life, but you have an unrealistic goal. And you wonder why it hasn't happened yet, bro, because it's probably not realistic, bro. Let's say, oh, you have you like, yo, what if I just join the summer league and I'll, play AAU and, I'm going to the NBA and oh, yeah, man, I'm really going to make it to the NBA. All I got to do is hoop every day, go, and then you have this unrealistic goal. Not saying that you can't make it to the NBA, but you got to be realistic, bro. Because you could be having a goal that putting your all into it and it's just not realistic, right? It's not at this particular time, it's not realistic. So then what happens is you get let down when it don't happen. And it's like, bro, you can't even get mad, bro, because that was an unrealistic expectation, bro. So you gotta know what you can do, and you gotta just set the realistic goal, bro. Always be realistic. Like never. That's why I don't believe in, oh, on the 1st of January, I'm gonna lose this, I'm gonna get that, I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna grab that. No, you're not. It's unrealistic. You gotta say, okay, well, I'm gonna start off doing this, and you can do it because it's a realistic situation, a realistic goal. See? And that's only you being real with yourself first. See? Now, you might also create an illusion, Pisces, that, oh, loyalty automatically gets returned. Sometimes, but the realistic way of looking at it is sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't. See? 50-50. You got to have this 50-50. I said this before in a different video. You have to have this 50-50 type of way of looking at things, bro. Yeah, sometimes, but no, sometimes not. And that's a better way of realistically looking at things, because that way you don't over expect something that put it like this. You look at a situation, you go in 100% thinking one way, when it's, oh, half the time, does it happen? No. This is like if you play the lottery. Okay. You look at the chances of you winning the lottery, of a person winning the lottery, but you all amped up and hyped up and I'm gonna win. But bro, over what? Out of what? 1 billion people? You have to just, you have to be realistic when you buy those tickets, bro. Okay, I'm gonna spend $10. But don't, oh, I'm gonna buy $200 worth, I'm gonna buy $200 worth of tickets because that's gonna increase my chances, bro. That's not being realistic. You're going into that situation differently. You're not manifesting anything. See? It starts with reality. I'm gonna tell you a secret, bro. The only way that you can, okay, when it comes to manifestation, bro, it starts with reality, bro. It starts with the truth, bro. You can't do nothing without being truthful, bro, first, bro. So manifestation, it starts when you're being realistic. Okay. Now, the craziest thing I'm gonna tell you is that if you start with the truth, okay, let's say everybody might have this big dream of life. You want to be rich, you want to, or at least be wealthy, or make enough to not, struggle, woo the woo. And here's the thing, but nobody wants to admit one thing, that they're broke. See, if you admit that you're broke, you have a higher chance to manifest millions, bro. But you know what? Not many people are willing to be honest about their situation, right? So here, everybody wants a healthy relationship, but nobody wants to admit that they're choosing unhealthy people first. See, if you put it like this, man, if you say, man, I'm about to change. I'm about to change this shit, bro. I'm not getting with unhealthy people, choosing them as partners. I'm actually gonna wait for something better. A better situation. Oh, I want millions, but right now I'm broke. You got to say that, fam. You got to admit the truth. You got to be realistic. See? So boom. Manifestation, it doesn't start with pretending, bro. That's why you don't manifest what you want, because you're going into it wrong. You're already pretending something while expecting to manifest a better situation. You cannot be fake to yourself. You got to be real with yourself. See? So boom. In order to manifest something, you have to face reality first. It's cold-blooded. So that means you have to look in the mirror. See? You got to look in the mirror and be real with yourself. You have to face reality first before you can manifest a better outcome. So, manifestation isn't just about positive thinking either. It's cold-blooded. See? So here, it involves being honest about where you are now. See? Taking responsibility for what you can control. Setting realistic goals. Changing daily habits to move toward those goals. Staying consistent over time, bro. See, manifestation is this, bro. If you want to manifest millions, you got to be consistent over time. The goal is you're going to save $30 out of every check. You save $30 out of every check every time you get paid. And you don't stop. Then when you look up, you've manifested $9,000, $10,000 because you were realistic from the very start. And you did not give up. You didn't change. You manifested. See, you manifested that amount. So I always tell people, stop thinking it's a magic trick that, oh, if I manifested this and I became rich. Those are not true stories or testimonies. All it means is that you set a realistic goal and you stayed to it. You committed to it. See? Now, here's the thing. Because remember, staying consistent over time is how you manifest. Now, boom, you cannot build a dream. You cannot build a dream life on denial, bro. Because the minute you doubt yourself, you're cooked. It ain't gonna happen. See? So that's why you gotta be real with yourself, because you build it by facing the truth. You build it by facing the truth, making a plan and taking action every day. See? So boom, reality isn't the enemy, it's the foundation. So it means you have to build it, bro. You got to build it first. A lot of people think they just gonna manifest some magic trick that, oh, if I just manifest, it'll just fall out the sky in my lap, bro. That's not true, bro. That you're not being realistic. You think, oh, something gonna give from the universe and it's just gonna fall in my lap. No, it's not, bro. It starts with being realistic, bro. Facing the truth, bro. You can't run from the truth. That's not being realistic. That's why I be telling people, what's the point of lying? You're gonna get caught. It's gonna come out, bro. Time. With time, listen, nothing can hide with the time, bro. Do you think if people knew they were finna die, bro? If people knew they were gonna die on that day, why the fuck would they come outside, bro? Don't you think they'll be trying to run from death? But that's not being realistic. You don't get to choose. Time don't wait on nobody. It just, hey, when it's your time, bro. You could be out there doing God knows what. Guess what? If it's your day, it's your day. And when it's your time, it's your time. That's why I be telling people, bro, you don't know when you gonna die. You don't know when your last breath gonna come, bro. And guess what? You don't gotta be old to lose yours, bro. Some people think, oh, it'll happen more frequently of old age. Not always. It's some people that pass at what? 17 years old, 20 years old. Ask yourself this $1 million question. Do you think they knew they was gonna die? No. Nope. Time did. It's cold-blooded. See, time knew. All it did was it came to collect, bro. And to know and to think that, oh, it ain't yours, and just to think, oh, it ain't my time, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. The whole thing is, it's not for you to know. It's not even for you to know. Because you would be worried about it. Could you imagine somebody gave you the date? You would be trying to fly out the damn country. You'd be trying to run, bro. That's why I be saying, you think people that knew they was going to die, you think they would be, oh, in that place they were at? No. See, that's why I tell people, bro, time knows when. You cannot run. Look, you can't run from the truth, bro. Time is the truth, bro. Time is the truth, bro. Because the rest is history. See? And that's why I be saying, like, bro, time is the truth. That's why you ain't got a whole lot of time to play in this life, bro. People be thinking that, oh, I ain't gotta do this. I ain't gotta do. Time reveals consistency, bro. Time reveals consistency. You wouldn't know how long it took you to get that six-pack because, oh, how long has it been? Because you stayed consistent. That was the reason why you manifested the change. You ain't gonna just magically, oh, get a six-pack abs because you want some. It don't work like that, bro. See? Anybody can act different for one day, bro. See how a person not being consistent, it only got to happen one time by you doing something different. Because if you create the pattern, what is it going to do? you create the pattern, then it's not an illusion anymore. See? It's not an illusion anymore. Nope. That's why, because it's your truth, right? It's you. That goes for people that, oh, you didn't believe my theory, now put it inside out. Same answer. Same answer. That's the thing. That's the difference between me and these other people, these other YouTubers. My truth, when you put it inside out, it's the same fucking answer. See? So if you see somebody do the same thing, it ain't no fucking illusion. The pattern, bro, if somebody do push-ups Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, if they did them every single day, yeah, they work out, right? Yeah, you can clearly know, you see them doing this on a day-to-day. Answer is right there. So this person will have a nice body, a physique, because they work out all the time. But if you see somebody change for one day, let's say they were doing it Monday, Tuesday, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no, they wasn't doing them. See, now you saw the difference. It's an inconsistency. So that's why I say, like, that's what you got to go by. Now, time reveals intentions. Real motives eventually surface. So that's why I say, if you give it time, you will see exactly who they are, bro. Time reveals intentions, bro. That's why if you knew the time you were going to die, you would try to run from it. You would try to run the other way. See? Now, real motives eventually surface. That's why I say anything you're hiding will be shown, bro. Because reality wins, bro. You got to just accept it for what it is. Time exposes fake loyalty. Time exposes fake love. Time exposes fake friends. Time exposes broken promises. Time exposes manipulation. Time exposes character. Time reveals priorities. People make time for what matters, bro. It's cold-blooded. See? Time reveals effort. Time reveals discipline. Time reveals habits. Time reveals growth. Time reveals maturity. Time reveals jealousy. Time reveals who stayed. Time reveals who left. Time reveals who believed in you. Time reveals your real circle. Time reveals who was pretending. Time reveals if an apology led to change. Time reveals whether trust can be what? Rebuilt. See? Time reveals whether the dreams are backed by action. If no action, no reward, bro. We already know that. No action, no reward. The manifestation is the reward, and it requires action, bro. There's no fairy, there's no magic. There's no, oh, just money fall off the tree in my lap. Nope. If you're not making money, if you're not happy, you got to change your situation, bro. You got to do something different to get something you never had. See, now, time reveals whether your intuition matches reality. It's cold-blooded. That's when I said you can't just rely on intuition. Because guess what? If the intuition ain't matching with reality, see, then you're in trouble. But like, comment, share, subscribe, y'all. Love y'all. Catch you on the next one. Peace out.